Hello? Is that better? Thank you. Better. Thank you. But not for this bit. Yeah. Okay. Now that everybody can hear me, if we can take our seats, please, we're ready to start the opening ceremony of the 14th International Harbour Masters Congress here in Tanger Med, Morocco. On behalf of the International Harbour Masters, we are so proud and so pleased to be here. Our conference will be on the theme of the marine adventure. Marine adventure is something that takes into account the work of the harbour masters, but also we want to expand that to really take into account the work of the terminals, the shipping lines, and the International Harbour Masters Organization really wants to embrace the whole of the marine adventure. The opening ceremony, I would be delighted to invite Mr. Hassan Abkari, who is the Managing Director of Tanger Med Port Authority, to say the opening words. Thank you, Mr. Abkari.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, distinguished members of the International Harbour Master Association, and all our valued participants. It's an immense privilege to welcome you to the 14th IHMA Congress at the Tanger Med Port Complex. We are deeply honored to host such a distinguished gathering of maritime professionals and experts from around the globe. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared commitment to progress and collaboration in the maritime industry. As we stand here at the crossroad of continents, let us take a moment to reflect on the pivotal role that ports play in the global economy. Ports are not just points on a map. They are lifelines of trade, innovation, and connectivity. Thanks to the vision of His Majesty, our beloved King Mohammed VI, God bless him, Tanger Med stands as a shining example of what can be achieved through vision, dedication, and hard work. It's a beacon of progress, embodying the values of efficiency, sustainability, and innovation. The theme of this year's Congress, the Marine Adventure, evolving and adapting to change in today's ports, perfectly captures the spirit of our times. Our industry is constantly evolving, and with change comes both challenge and opportunity. It is our duty to navigate these waters with courage and foresight, always steering toward a future that is brighter and more prosperous for all. At Tanger Med, we have embraced this challenge. We have invested in cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices, setting new standards in the industry. Our state-of-the-art facilities and strategic location have positioned us as a key player in the global maritime community. But more importantly, it's our unwavering commitment to excellence that drives us forward. Let's say a few words about the Harbour Master. Otherwise, I'll have problems after. Our success is heavily relying on the expertise of our harbour masters, who orchestrate the symphony of vessels in and out with precision and safety. They are supported by a dedicated team of Port Authority captains and officers who manage every aspect from port operations to environmental regulations and security protocols. Today, I encourage each of you to share your insights, experiences, and visions. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue and build partnerships that will propel our industry into the future. Together, we can address the pressing challenges we face and create a more interconnected, efficient, and sustainable global supply chain. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the International Harbour Master Association for choosing Tanger Med as the venue for this prestigious event. Your presence here is a testament to the strong bonds that unite us as maritime professionals. We are not just colleagues. We are a real community, bound by a common purpose and a shared vision for the future. So let us embark on this Congress with the spirit of collaboration and innovation. Let us work together to ensure that our port not only drive economic growth, but also serve as beacons of progress and sustainability. Let us chart our course toward a future where our industry thrives, our oceans are protected, and our global community is more connected than ever before. I wish you a productive and inspiring Congress filled with fruitful discussions and meaningful collaboration. Together, let us shape the future of maritime trade and create a legacy of excellence for generations to come. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Abkari. Thank you for those really kind words, and hopefully that our Congress will be able to live up to them. I'm sure that it will. Now I would like to invite Madame Sana El Amrani, who is the Director of Ports and Public Maritime Domains at the Ministry of Equipment and Water, to welcome us to Tanger Med. Thank you, Madame.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Mr. President of the International Harbor Masters Association, Captain Paul, Mr. Managing Director of Tanger Med Port Authority, Mr. Hassan, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. It's my great pleasure to join you today for this 14th Congress of the International Master Harbors Association. On this occasion, I would like to thank first the association for selecting the Kingdom of Morocco and especially the port of Tanger Med to have this great event. I hope also that you will enjoy the beautiful city of Tangier, rich of cultural and maritime heritage. I would like to congratulate you for choosing such a pertinent theme for this Congress, which aims to discuss emerging trends and address the challenges encountered during the various stages of a port call, from the ship's arrival to its departure. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco boasts 3,500 kilometers of coastline with 43 ports, from which 14 are international trade ports. Of course, we stand today at Tanger Med Port, which is the main port of Morocco and the Mediterranean and Africa's foremost container port, propelling Morocco to the heart of transcontinental maritime trade and representing the main success story of our Moroccan Port Policy 2030. This policy is based on a clear vision to have efficient and sustainable ports, drivers of territorial development, catalysts of the competitiveness of national economy, and key players in positioning Morocco as a logistics platform in the Mediterranean and Atlantic sites. This is our vision, and we cannot achieve it without having good infrastructures, good regulations, good operators, and good human resources. And first of all, of course, the master harbor staffs. We are facing new challenges ranging from safety and security matters to climate change and decarbonization. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to seize this opportunity to share with you that Morocco has recently adopted a new green transition plan for Moroccan ports, which align perfectly with the Sustainable Development Goals and reflects a proactive commitment from both administration and port authorities for foster sustainable practices. This green transition plan revolves around 5 strategic axes. First, water and energy efficiency. decarbonization, climate change resilience, port and marine environment protection, and sustainable mobility. Through this strategic plan, we aim to make our ports more sustainable by integrating practices and technologies that significantly reduce carbon emissions. And again, harbor masters and captains and officers have to be key players in the implementation of this transition plan. In conclusion, I wish you a successful Congress and constructive reflections aimed at meeting the challenges and supporting the development of port sector. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Al-Amrani. It was really nice to hear the words that you were saying about Morocco and the way that ports develop. The strategic development goals hopefully will be a key theme for tomorrow. Our program is very carefully structured that today we will look at ships' arrival into port. Tomorrow we will focus on the operations in port, how things are changing, how we can link with the terminal operators. And then finally on day 3, on Thursday, we will talk about ships leaving port and other topics that don't fit easily into that. It's now my pleasure to introduce Captain Paul O'Regan, who is the president of the International Harbour Masters Association, and he will also welcome everybody and give some thoughts about our days.
Good morning, everybody. Salam alaikum. It's wonderful to be here today in Tanger Med. It's my 4th occasion visiting the port. And as I was explaining to our honoured guests, Madam Sana, the port director, and the managing director, Mr. Assam, it's fantastic to see a port when you come over the hill from the coast road and you look down to see such a beacon of a modern port, which is a real benefit to everybody in Morocco and the economy of Morocco. So congratulations on your fantastic port. Commandant Kamal and your predecessor, Commandant Samir, you've been a fantastic help and support to actually get this Congress in Morocco and now to support it. And you can see the success already with so many faces in the room. So congratulations to you. Our delegates and our sponsors, you're very welcome. And thank you all for taking the time to attend. Someone asked me last night, what does IHMA actually do? And I think it's a great question and one that probably deserves an explanation a little bit more often than we give it. So the International Harbour Masters Association represents harbour masters and port marine officers around the world. IHMA serves as a platform for harbour masters to exchange knowledge, experience, best practices related to the management and operation of ports and harbours, and it aims to promote safe, secure, and efficient port operations, while also addressing environmental concerns and promoting sustainable practices within our industry. But the harbour master is not alone in that. He is but one link in the overall chain. And the International Harbour Masters Association stands as a beacon of collaboration, knowledge exchange amongst harbour masters worldwide, which makes us significantly different to most other organizations. Through this association, we have managed to bridge the gaps between nations, cultures, and practices, pooling our collaborative wisdom and experience to confront common challenges in our industry today. Already this morning and yesterday, I have been involved in conversations with colleagues from dredging, port infrastructure, onshore power supply, offshore renewables, bridging the knowledge gap, and even marine festivals in our harbors. And that's just within an hour or two of meeting colleagues. So you can see that the experience is here. It's in the room today. If anybody needs to tap into that experience, you will find somebody with that experience and that history. The Congress theme is the marine adventure, and it really is a marine adventure today. In the face of ever-evolving opportunities and challenges, from the complexities of modern shipping to the urgent call for environmental stewardship, our role and our ports have never been more critical. Every day we navigate the balance between facilitating trade and ensuring the systems and structures are in place to protect our harbors, our ports, and our communities, which is exceptionally important from a harbour master's point of view. As we gather here over the coming days, we will gain further knowledge, which will support the commitment to real excellence in port management, to the highest standards of safety and security, and to the principles of environmental responsibility. An opportunity to discover innovation and technology as tools to enhance the efficiency and the resilience in our operations. And also not to forget that in this room today, we have 200 people, and the human element and recognizing the invaluable contributions of our fellow port workers and stakeholders in achieving our shared goals. But our industry does face challenges. It faces opportunities and challenges in diversity and inclusion. We're no different than many other industries. These subjects will be covered over the coming days in the Congress, and I would invite you to have in-depth conversations on them. But a message that we should remember as we're in the room today and as we have our conversations is to please think about inclusion in your own particular ports. Think about our colleagues, the seafarers and crews that we rely on to keep trade flowing, that are now more often than ever excluded and isolated in a very fast-moving world. We have seen in recent months as victims, crew as victims in the Red Sea. This is not a crime that would be tolerated in many other industries, in any other industry. Can you imagine the airline industry tolerating this? The Secretary General only last week called for the release of these crew, and that is something that IHMA echoes. The maritime sector, often referred to as the backbone of global trade, it is witnessing significant change in innovation, in sustainability, and in digitization. We can see that because already our first two speakers have mentioned that. They've mentioned it several times. So over the course of the next 3 days, we will hear from commercial members, experts, and colleagues right across the industry. Everyone will have a golden opportunity to collaborate in these fantastic facilities under one roof. It is so hard to get up to 40 port authorities represented in one roof. Certainly when you look at the operational aspects that the Harbour Master must look at daily. We're also living through and witness to the ever-changing challenges of our deteriorating global climate. It affects our lives and the way we run our ports. More frequent severe storms, more extreme weather events, versus the increasing vessel size and the challenge of port turnarounds. It puts pressure on our port infrastructure, it puts pressure on our people, and it puts pressure on our businesses. These are everyday challenges, not just of the Harbour Master, but of every port. Governments and international organizations are implementing regulations aimed at enhancing safety, security, environmental protection within our sector. Compliance with these regulations requires our industry to adapt our practices, and invest in solutions that remain compliant, but will also keep us competitive in a rapidly evolving landscape of business. Through this Congress, we have the opportunity to again capitalize on the collective knowledge in the room for the adaptation of alternative fuels, onshore power supply, offshore wind farms, the need for efficient and robust port infrastructure to support shipping, and the establishment of green corridors, which now connects more and more of our ports together. We have the opportunity to discuss and explore these. Harbour Masters also play a significant role in contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. You are leaders in your port. You are integral to the development and maintenance of maritime infrastructure, the development of your people, and the improvements in port environments. Many of our ports are situated within or adjacent to urban areas, making them key components of urban development and community life. Harbour Masters can promote sustainable port city integration by minimizing the environmental impacts on our port operations, mitigating noise and air pollution, engaging with local communities to address their concerns and their needs. This is a challenge faced in many ports on a daily basis, and if left unchecked, it will grind our operations to a halt. Achieving the SDGs requires collaboration and partnership between governments, NGOs, private sectors, and all stakeholders. IHMA and Harbour Masters can foster a multi-stakeholder partnership at a local level, at a regional level, and at an international level to address shared challenges and leverage the collective expertise, resources, and innovation required for sustainable developments in our ports. IHMA work with IMO and PIANC in these vital areas. The continuation of this work is essential for the future, not just of the ports, but also for IHMA. Ports are also harnessing the power of big data, and we will see many of our commercial members today and over the next 3 days showing us what is possible. Artificial intelligence, IoT devices, and modern port management information systems that will help to optimize route planning, port call optimization, for which obviously Tanger Med are a front runner, terminal performance and efficiency in our ports, which will lead to cost savings and improved decision-making for all port management. Ultimately, however, managing change in ports requires skilled and adaptable personnel. It is a people business. Harbour Masters must continue to invest in training and professional development programs to equip both themselves and their teams with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate the evolving challenges and opportunities. Again, IHMA supports this through our partnership with the Lloyd's Maritime Academy. And we're very proud to say we have put through many dozens of prospective candidates that are now Harbour Masters through this training. The role of the Harbour Master, it can be exciting, it can be challenging, with many great times and significant highlights in your individual ports through your careers. There are also occasions of isolation and doubt as you face the ever-increasing challenges of making decisions in a modern port management setting. Many Harbour Masters have great teams that work alongside them, but many have no teams, and they share the burden of running a port with their executive, but the decisions that they make on the ground on a day-to-day basis, they carry themselves. The great thing about the International Harbour Masters Association is that you have at your disposal a global team, colleagues that may be facing similar challenges, achieving similar successes, that will openly share their knowledge with you, which makes the IHMA quite a strong global team and one we're proud of. I could not speak about great teams without acknowledging the fantastic commitment and hard work of the people who made this Congress possible with long hours, patience, and enthusiasm. Gary Wilson, our chair, Sabrina, our secretary, Mike McGee, the chair of the Papers Committee and his team, the Maria Diziak team, Boy Communications, our communications team, and of course the team at Tanger Med. Thank you for your contribution and hard work with putting this Congress together. We are already a success looking at today's room. In closing, I would extend my deepest gratitude to our sponsors and our loyal commercial members who have supported IHMA for many years. You have traveled with us to so many venues and become our business partners in our ports, our colleagues, and our friends in many cases. Without your support, these events would not happen, and our industry and our particular ports would be isolated in learning about the advances that are happening in all areas of port management. So I will call out our key sponsors because we are proud to have you as partners. Tanger Med, Cavitec, Rightship, Consberg, Elman, DHI, Trelleborg, Tedalis, and Horizon Tangier Terminals, and all of the other commercial members that have taken the time to come and travel and support us today. I wish you a fantastic conference.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to add a little bit more statistics to the audience, if you like. Paul mentioned the global reach of IHMA. That reach is shown in the auditorium today. From as far west as Halifax, Montreal, and Quebec in Canada, if I go that way. From as far east as the Solomon Islands, if Captain Percy has made it. Captain Percy? No. Captain Percy is in transit to us from the Solomon Islands. At the moment, then, as far east as Victoria in Australia. As far north as Kokkola in Finland. And as far south as Cape Town in South Africa. There's not very much in between. There's not very much that we've missed out. So it really is a global reach, and I thank everybody for their effort to make it here. It's been a long journey for some, not so much for others. Paul also mentioned the work of the Harbour Master, and it is now my great pleasure to introduce Captain Kamal to come and welcome us from the port of Tanger Med. Thank you, Captain Kamal.
Assalamu alaikum. Guests of honor, dear Harbour Master, distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you in Tanger Med Port and the beautiful city of Tangier. It is with the great pleasure that I address you today for the 14th International Harbour Master Association Congress. First, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the International Harbour Master for selecting Tanger Med Port as the host for their Congress. Thank you for these recognitions, and we are confident this year's editions will be one of the best of IHMA history. Throughout its story, Tangier has been a link for many nations across the world, shaping the city's international character. Now Tangier continues these traditions with the rise of Tanger Med Port becoming a leading hub in trade and shipping around the world. The world today is undergoing a profound transformations marked by geopolitical and economic challenges. In this context, the role of the World Sports Authority has never been more important. The Harbour Masters and their teams are crucial professionals who keeps a port running smoothly and safely, ensuring efficient marine adventure for the shipping industry We play a central role in the fluidity and resilience of sustainable international supply chain. Our mission is mainly to contribute to global economic prosperity by ensuring the safety, efficiency, and sustainability of maritime operation. Through expertise and the dedications, the Harbour Masters and Port Authority create the foundation of smooth flow of ships and goods, safeties, crews and vessels, and the protection of marine environments with great focus on collaborations. A shining example of these commitments can be seen right here in Tanger Med Port Complex, where modern engineering and logistics are mixed with skilled and motivated port human capital. I invite you to watch a short video featuring the Harbour Master Office of Tanger Med Port.
Tanger Med Port's Harbour Master Office ensures rigorous management of maritime operations, as well as the safety and security of the port complex, with an approach at the core of all activities focused on operational excellence and advanced digitalization. The port officers plan and executes over 17,000 annual port calls through a fully digitized management system. The vessel traffic service ensures smooth maritime traffic, deploying cutting-edge technology under the highest standards of quality, safety, and timeliness. The intervention port officers oversee maritime operations, ensuring compliance with regulations across all port facilities. A priority and just-in-time management system ensures seamless port calls, while a weather prediction and dynamic under-keel clearance solution optimizes the planning of deep draft vessels movement. Tanger Med Port's Harbour Master's Office assesses, prevents, and intervenes to risks through an intelligent digital platform, monitoring dangerous cargo. The Safety Brigade is equipped with state-of-the-art equipment for firefighting and pollution control. It ensures safety, prevention, and intervention in case of incidents. Simultaneously, an emergency care center with ambulances and a dedicated medical team is always on standby for any eventuality. Port security Tanger Med is coordinated in accordance with the ISPS code. The Access Facilitation Office manages the issuance of circulation permits, ensuring compliance with procedures and securing the port perimeter through strict controls and high-tech systems. All port facilities are equipped with advanced security and video surveillance devices to facilitate decision-making, enable better situational analysis, and optimize intervention times. The command and control centers continuously supervise the security systems, ensuring high responsiveness. At Tanger Med, the commitment to operational excellence and safety is a priority. The Harbour Master's Office diligently ensures the security and smoothness of maritime operations daily, thus significantly contributing to the performance of the port complex, serving global supply chain and ensuring a lasting impact on international trade.
So thank you for watching. This is the daily work for the Harbour Master team in Tanger Med. I hope you enjoyed it. This edition of International Harbor Master Association Congress promises a great opportunity of networking and interesting discussions on how ports need to evolve and adapt to the changes of our world. We will dive into port call safety, efficiency, and sustainability through panel discussions and presentations about interesting topics like the just-in-time, port transit, data, and future of shipping with the latest technological advancements. As we navigate the exciting maritime journey, it becomes increasingly clear that true success lies in the powerful synergy between the human element and the high-tech tools. While harbor master officers will continue to be the foundations of safe and efficient operations, their capabilities will be significantly developed by intelligent tools at their disposal. I am convinced that our discussions and talks will feed many reflections and allow us to identify solutions in the challenges we face. Together, we can meet the needs of the present and build a more promising maritime future for the future generations. Finally, a word of thanks to the organization team for their hard work and tireless efforts to accomplish this event. Special credit to the International Harbor Master Association Committee and also the Harbor Master Officer of Tanger Med. Once again, welcome, marhaba, to the 14th Congress of International Harbor Master Association in Tanger Med Port. We wish you a nice day and thank you.
Thank you, Captain Kamal. Our final welcome this morning is from the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Senor Dominguez. IHMA conferences have actually had the Secretary General of IMO present many times. And unfortunately, Mr. Dominguez is otherwise engaged in Barbados this week. I can't quite understand why he chose to go to Barbados and chose to send us video. But there's an UNCTAD conference going on there, which also took away one of my speakers. And you'll see about that later in the program. But anyway, if we could play the IMO video now, please, and we can listen to what the Secretary General has to say too. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to speak to you today as you embark on 4 days of marine adventure. Each of you, harbor master or involved in other areas of the port industry, are part of the crucial ship journeys that begin and end in ports and deliver more than 80% of world trade. Achieving safety objectives requires the constant attention of many parties, and cargo safety management begins at the port level. And you are key players in this chain. Digitalization is here, and the port-ship interface, and one of the key challenges of success. The IMO has made mandatory the implementation of the maritime single window in ports worldwide from the 1st of January 2024 under the Facilitation Convention. This development simplifies the clearance processes for ships, cargo, and people, reducing the administrative burden on crews and stakeholders, thereby increasing the efficiency of our ports. You play a pivotal role in bringing this change to fruition as the front line of port operations. Thanks to the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions, the path towards zero and near zero fuels and energy sources for shipping is on the way, which has implications for ports, ships, and seafarers, as new fuels need to be supplied to ships and onboard operations must adapt accordingly. Here again, the role of the ports, and in particular the just-in-time approach, and the availability of new fuels are key factors in this success. IMO has specifically invited member states to promote regulatory, technical, operational, and economic actions by ports to support decarbonization, as well as port call optimization and safe and efficient bunkering of new fuels. Ports are invited to consider providing onshore power supply, ideally from renewable energy sources. Ports should consider incentives which promote green shipping and voluntary cooperation through the whole value chain to reduce GHG emissions through shipping routes and maritime hubs, sometimes called route-based actions or maritime green corridors. On the broader issue of protecting the oceans, IMO calls on states to ensure adequate provisions of port reception facilities, which is particularly relevant to the wider work on reducing sea-based sources of marine plastic litter. We must not forget that the human element is vital to achieve our common goals for safe, secure, and efficient shipping, with a focus on protecting the marine environment. In port operations, people are essential at all levels throughout arrival, stay, and departure of ships, from pilots to port state control inspectors to those who operate and manage loading and unloading of cargo. Diversity and inclusion are key to ensure sustainability in the sector. IMO is pushing the needle on gender equality through its Women in Maritime program, with the provision of a number of gender-specific fellowships for port management courses held annually. I encourage you all to support programs and projects which push for diversity and inclusion. To all harbour masters and port personnel, I wish you all the best for your event. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close, a very good close, I think, with that message from Senor Dominguez echoing in our ears to prepare us for the next 3 days. We've mentioned it a couple of times, the collaboration between the harbour masters and our commercial members, our sponsors and our exhibitors is key. If I look at it from a harbour master's point of view, to have 40 or so very senior, very experienced practitioners in the same room for 3 days, enjoying both learning opportunities, networking opportunities, and some downtime together is so valuable. Over the 20 or so years that I've been involved in IHMA, the friends that I've made, the knowledge that I've gained is greater than any course that I've ever done. And I'm sure that that is the same for many, many people. From our commercial point of view, how good is it to have 40 or 50 of your best customers in the same room at the same time? And from the harbour master's point of view, to have your suppliers available and willing to assist. So, an important part of the event is the exhibition. And what I would like to do now is to invite our VIPs to tour the exhibition and to meet some of the suppliers. So to be able to do that, I would like the exhibitors to leave first. I'll give you a couple of minutes start so that you can go and man your stands. It doesn't need to be a GP, a Grand Prix race. We'll give you a couple of minutes to get ready, and then we will invite Mr. Abkari and Madame El Amrani to come round and open the exhibition. Okay, and everybody else can follow us out, and hopefully there'll be some coffee out there. Thank you very much. If we just give the exhibitors a few minutes. Thank you. I hope everybody's filled up with coffee, enjoyed the first look at the exhibition. And what we're going to see now is really the beginning of the conference proper. If one word that I will say, hopefully everybody's looked at the program there, it is very, very tight. And I will make no apologies for myself and the subsequent chairman, we will start on time, we will finish on time, and we will pull you off the stage if you talk too much. So, I'll pinch 1 minute, it's only 11:29, but the way that we're going to run this, and we'll run each session, is we'll invite the panelists to come up and sit on the stage ready for their presentations. So if Yuchel, if David, Abdullah, Evgeny, Naresh, and Simon would like to come up on the stage, it'll save, and just please be careful, come up on the left-hand side, or your right-hand side, my left, and just be careful because it's not very wide. Anyway, just, yeah, take a seat, it's fine. Everybody should have a microphone. We will have a different chairman for every session, so you don't have to listen to me all of the time. But just a little bit of my background. I'm Captain Gary Wilson. I have retired just over 2 years ago, and I've had a very long career at sea. The date that I retired was actually exactly 50 years from the date that I walked up the gangway of my first ship, just over the straits there in Gibraltar. I joined the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, the good ship RFA Alwyn, on the 1st of November 1972. 25 years later, I was tapped on the shoulder and I became a harbour master. I didn't go through the normal route of training and BTS and things like that. I actually went straight from being a sea captain to being a harbour master, poacher turned gamekeeper. My career then took me from the port of Tyne, which was roughly my own home port in the UK, to Felixstowe, which at the time was probably a little bit bigger than Tanger Med, because Tanger Med wasn't around. Then I went to Australia. I spent 8 years happily in Australia, and then I came back to the UK just before COVID, thank goodness, and spent the last 4 years as the head of marine for ABP Humber, which gave me the pleasure of something like 40,000 shipping movements a year, and the real pleasure of managing 120 pilots. What a way to end my career. Anyway, that's me, and I'm not going to, please chat to me during the time. Let's get going. Session 1. As we said, the whole theme of this conference today is about ships arriving in port. What are harbour masters, what are ports doing, and what are ships doing on that preparing to arrive? And we'll have a really exciting session at the end of the day on port call optimization. But first of all, we're going to talk about smart ports, technology, digitalization, AI, real-time data. What does it mean? They are buzzwords, aren't they? So we're going to, with our fantastic panel, we're going to explore all of those topics. As I said, we've got a tight schedule, strong lineup. I will introduce each speaker as we go through, and we will try to stick to time. So first up is Yuchel Yildiz, and Wrightport are one of our gold sponsors. You'll see Yuchel several times because he's going to describe that very process of the ship arriving, being in and leaving port. So Yuchel is Wrightship's Ports and Terminal Manager. He joined the company in 2018 as a vetting superintendent and carried out a secondment role as a customer engagement officer in 2020 and 2021. He has extensive experience on ocean-going vessels, rising to the rank of Master Mariner on board crude oil, product, and chemical tankers. Before joining Wrightship, he worked at a refinery terminal as a loading master, and then as a vetting inspector, along with maritime pilots. Uchal has an MSc in Maritime Security, Safety and Environmental Management, and a BSc in Maritime Transportation and Management Engineering. He is currently working towards a port management qualification. Uchal, please, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. Welcome, and thanks for the opportunity. As Gary mentioned, we're going to talk about a lot about ships coming in, staying in port, and departing. But let me introduce RightShip to you and what it does and why we are here, why we are being a member of IHMA sponsoring this event. RightShip was founded in 2001 in Australia by big mining companies because of some serious accidents happened on the West Australian coast. And they were called by Australian government ships of shame. And then in the bulk sector, there wasn't any SIRE system, any due diligence system like SIRE in OCIMF. So a vetting system was established to find the right ship for their business. So since 2001, we have been working for a safer, more sustainable maritime sector and for crew welfare. And what we do, we work on ESG, governance, sustainability, and crew welfare. Who we serve as ports and terminals, charterers, ship owners, managers, finance institutions. We provide the data and solutions. Our environment consists of partnerships, expertise, marine experts, ex-surveyors, masters, chief engineers, and we have our enormous data where we base our decisions on, and we have our own technology company providing all that in our platform. So if we take a look at the platform, what it has, these are some numbers. So 235,000 vessels now, you will say, oh, there isn't much vessel in the world. Well, there is actually, they're all floating. There are fishing boats, tugboats, pilot boats, ships, everything. About 60, 70,000 of them are worldwide trading ships, actually. And all the companies, managing companies, all associated companies, feedback reports. We have recorded all 1.7 million port state control inspections, and we have carried out RightShip dry inspections on dry vessels, bulk carriers, 17,000. I think it's more than 18,000 now. And vet request, it's a desktop practice that we provide guidance to charters whether the vessel meets their standards or not. And when we looked into this data, and about 2 years ago, we said, well, we have a huge amount of data, and who uses it? Yes, finance institutions, etc. But the ports and harbors are needing this. Why? When we looked in 2022 data, the incident database showed us a little bit more than 50% of our records, the incidents happened within the port boundaries. Now, for the last year, it was 51.15%. And when we looked at the detentions, 2,473 detentions, which I'll show you some graphs that it's getting worse and worse every year, unfortunately. And when we calculated the total days of detention of the vessels, it came up to 15,000 days. So these are all because of substandard ships, not the right ships, that are causing trouble in the supply chain. Now, if you take a look at this graph, you can see the bottom one, import harbor dock. This is the number of incidents that we have reviewed. We read the report which came from owners and managers. It's not just some news on a newspaper or a magazine. Now, another graph for port state control performance. You can see the trend on the second one there, average number of deficiencies. Now, when we started thinking, well, there are more and more training facilities, more stringent inspections, more guidelines, but why we are having worse performance in port state controls and more detentions? And this is the comparison of last 3 years. You can see the number of deficiencies, detentions, and averages in last 3 years. Now, then we ask the question, well, do everyone know the risks coming into their port? And when we had a chat, okay, what do you know when the vessel is coming? Some ports know it just 1 day in advance. Some of them know 6 days in advance. And they usually have the vessel's name, IMO numbers, and ages, and these are the statistics. But it doesn't tell us much. Let's assume this is your arrival list for the next week in your port. What kind of precautions would you take for these vessels? Right? You can't know much. But if you take a look like this, the first one, detention due to labor conditions in July 2023, and in September, fatality of 2 stevedores because of enclosed space practices. If you look at the fourth vessel, a container vessel, 2.7-year-old, you wouldn't consider, oh, that's a new ship, not much trouble. But collision with serious damage to port side in November 2021, another collision with serious damage again to bow in February 23. When we looked at the company, and we found 9 collision and contact incidents in last 5 years across 29 vessels. So looking at the statistics, if I go back again, it changed our perspective. Now, well, yes, we know more about these ships, but as a port, can we say no to these vessels? Most of the time, no, because it's fixed by shipping lines, by container lines, or by charterers. Well, we provide the solution for them, but when we, as a harbor master, what a harbor master can do in case they see the statistics? Well, it's the duty to ensure safety, to ensure resilience in our supply chain. So with this data available in hand, you can actually plan this vessel's arrival, take extra measures, whatever you have in hand, then plan the vessel's visit. So that's why we created a solution called Right Port Risk Solutions. What it does is Right Port is doing an automated risk assessment, looking at the statistics. That you don't need to go into details of this vessel and look at the history, look at the deficiencies, what is written, or what happened in the company. We set it up initially, what is risky for your port? Having an incident on the engine or having a deficiency on labor conditions, you define what is risky, and then we set it up. And after that, you just write the vessel coming into your port, the IMO number, just type the arrival date, and the system runs a check in 5 minutes and gives you a risk level that you determined on these categories. How it looks like is something like this. It will show you what type of risks coming from this vessel, why, and you can just drill into it, why this was risky, and because you have chosen these rules to trigger, and then you can type in your proposed actions. Do you want a daytime berthing? Do you want an additional tugboat? Do you want to inform the stevedores about the event? It's totally up to you. It doesn't dictate you to do anything. It just gives you the full insight on the data. And another part is the historical risk analysis. Let's say we have learned the vessel is coming in a week time. We have done the risk assessment. It was green, but the system does repeat it every day again and again in case something changes. And you get notified of that. Not only the vessel level, but also we provide statistics on the company. Usually, we know all the incidents, majority of the incidents are happening because of human error, and it's a management issue. We may think, oh, it's a brand new ship, maiden voyage, she just coming out of shipyard, everything is good. We expect everything to run smoothly. What if this company had so many incidents and so many shortcomings on crew welfare or on the safety? this directly impacts that particular vessel's safety performance. So you can dive into the company's performance at the same time as well. So you don't need just 2-month-old vessel is not going to have any statistics, no port state, no incidents, no inspections, but you will have the data about the managing company and how they have been performing. And that's a good example we did, I believe, 2 weeks ago. We ran this, and this is how it looks like. We just put the IMO number. I've just taken it out, but this is an actual vessel. And detained 5 times in the last 5 years and 2 detentions in the last 12 months, each with 16 deficiencies. And you can see the details, no need to go through. So you have a clear visibility and automated visibility. You don't need any extra manpower to go through everything. Once you set up, your team can just review and highlight, okay, 100 vessels are coming in, but should I worry about all of them? Well, the high-risk ones, you can just bring out to the attention of the pilot or the harbor master or all the other members. One other thing in the Right Port Risk Solutions is a terminal questionnaire functionality, which enables the forms to be digitalized, especially the berth fit criteria or anything related to technical issues you can request directly from the manager or the vessel, and system does the checks, and there's no problem with the human error. So you can see the parallel body length or the dimensions or hatch cover dimensions, any data. It can be checked prior to vessel's arrival, so it can indicate you, okay, this gangway is not going to fit on that jetty, or your crane is not going to reach the number 4 hold. It will alert you on these. There is another section of this which we will discuss on the 3rd day, but this is the part where, you know, before arrival, what you can do and what you will have on the vessel data, and that's all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chill. We'll see more of that we'll follow that vessel through the process. So now we're going to move on quickly. Questions we'll take at the end, but we'll move on now with David Yeo, who's the CEO of Innoves One. He's the founder and group CEO of Innoves, a Singapore-headquartered global provider of digital solutions for some of the world's busiest ports, pilotage and towage operators. Described as a tech pioneer, David has 20 years of experience in maritime digitalization and is at the forefront of using AI to optimize port operations and maritime supply chain more broadly. We've already used those words, digitize AI. So David now is going to talk about, can AI help ports unlock their smart, decarbonized future? Thanks, David.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having me speak this time. This is my 4th IHMA Congress ever since I started. So very quickly, well, 15 minutes, he set the bar 15 minutes, so I have to go pretty fast. Got quite a number of slides. So just very quickly about us, just a recap, we are provider for PMIs platform, and core to the product is mainly on how do we optimize the planning on nautical services. That's how we really started. That is back in 2005, 2006 when I started first working on a project with PSA Marine. But since then, in 2017, we started to roll out a platform that we call Marine M for ports, as far as we can go, basically. So very quickly, just a few key areas that we'll cover on port efficiency and sustainability as a challenge. Also on some real-world AI applications that we can sort of look at. Then I prepared a very short and amateurish demo that I put on video so that to give you an idea how that might actually work. Some of the key considerations when applying and implementing AI and what next ahead, right? So we all know this problem, and I've just the last 3 years I've been made a father. Fatherhood came late to me, and I started to think deeply about my children's future, and the world problems of climate change, even with the war that's going on, it's been a bit concerning for me. But I hope that my work here will help in some ways and contribute in some ways to the maritime industry. But one of the things that we observe is obviously that the CO2 emissions from the maritime industry is contributing about 2 to 3% of emissions, right? So basically, from a port emission sources perspective, we're looking at vessels that call at the port, we're looking at towage, tugboat operations, the arrangement of logistics operations, and the long tail of trucks in some places that I've been to, where they're waiting to get into the port, right? And basically causing emissions and congestion problems. So these are the key ones. And from our perspective, how do we produce a solution that could empower ports to have the tools to be able to manage this? The other aspect is obviously the shipping environment impact. And obviously, we have all heard about sail fast, then wait. And it's quite a common case worldwide. Ships are sailing really quickly, try to get ahead of the queue, and just waiting at anchorage, waiting to get in, right, basically. And the worst part of it is obviously there are fossil fuels. Now, the overall observation is that there's a poor coordination of arrivals for various reasons. One of the reasons is obviously there's a lack of systems that are put in place. Interestingly, I've been to various ports around the world. I still sometimes see a tray of pilot sheet cards, that are lying around, basically managing, pilotage planning and their deliveries. But essentially, this is still ongoing in many parts of the world, and particularly with the mid-sized and smaller ports. Obviously, from that perspective, there's siloed data that's sitting around across various departments. The other issue is obviously the traditional structure of the owner and charterer agreement that sort of disincentivize CO2 reduction emissions, right? I suppose with the CII rating that's applied to ships, that will begin to shape how these contracts and agreements will be made over the years. Within the port, our observation and what we have done is to observe basically how they plan out the towage operations, tugboat operations, all the internal operations. You have some very complex ones which involves multi-logistics, particularly for much larger ports. And you have operational resource constraints. In most cases, most places that I've seen, they use either a really huge whiteboard covering 3 meters, 4 meters across the wall, or they are using basically Excel sheets. And it's still happening today, right? And obviously from that perspective, that could cause a host of issues in terms of optimization, in terms of planning, in terms of very quick adjustments to plans. Obviously, the other issues is that we just talked about is delays to vessels arriving on time. There are environmental constraints also constraining this whole entire planning activity, which creates essentially a domino effect, all right? So from our perspective, we are looking at the entire port call, not just at the port call level, but also what can we do before the vessels actually arrive at the port, yeah? Now, the good thing is, driven by this, there's as we all know, the IMO net zero targets for 2050. There's also the 2030 targets that we are all aiming for, and the 2040, right? Obviously, the issue is 2030, the target was to hit about 20 to 30% reduction of 2008 emissions by 2030. The main challenge of that would be that the fact that there are not many new builds, right? And obviously, with the new builds, the shipyards are all full capacity now, 84 above 85%. And that obviously means that we're not going to see any new better energy saving optimized vessels beyond 2030. Now, new fuels, which is also something that's been proposed, infrastructure is still needs some time to be in place. And obviously, the retrofitting of these existing vessels to support the alternate fuels will take some time as well. So which actually leads us to looking at, in terms of arriving at 2030 goals, we'll be really looking at how we can use digitalization to achieve that. Right? This is an interesting graph that I picked up, essentially saying that in general, looking at various vessel types, container, dry bulk fleet, and tankers, that if they reduce their speed by between 10 to 13%, they'll be able to reduce the CO2 emissions equivalent to 10 to 20% as well, right? And I think this is where the global community, and from what I've seen with the projects that's been initiated worldwide, is focusing on, which is on just in time, right? And to have the systems that support just in time to be in place. 5 more minutes. So in terms of AI, how are we going to help that? Essentially, from a perspective of just in time, it's a lot to do is the data that we can collect from the data that actually Port already possess, right? Which is looking at how we can use the data in a way that can predict essentially arrivals. They can make better judgments of which allocations that should be made to minimize movements of port vessels, right? But I just want to give you an overall perspective here. So one of the areas that we'll be focusing on, we're not focusing purely on basis of just the PMI system and we're not just focusing on the optimization of nautical services, but from a perspective of how do we help to deliver this solution for just in time, we're looking at how we can provide the interfaces with requirement to support just in time collaboration, as well as interfacing this information throughout the entire applications from berth planning to nautical services planning, all right? So that's really the vision and the goals that we have in place. So I've just created a 2-minute, this is a very amateur, I did it just last night actually, at 10. But it gives you a good idea what we are trying to put in place. And we're also looking for collaboration partners, reports with other commercial parties to help with this.
Welcome to this video segment on Marine M's port call planning. Marine M vessel schedules maintains a live update of port calls submitted by agents. It tracks both the ETA reported by the agent and displays an updated calculated ETA for the vessel. When the agent's reported ETA is significantly earlier, the calculated ETA is highlighted in red. The port manager in this example proposes to retime the arrival of the vessel by sending the requested time of arrival to the vessel in voyage. He does this by accessing the retiming module. He keys in the new requested time of arrival and provides a reason for the change and sends to the master. Vessel master receives the RTA notification on the master's app or via email. He reviews the updated RTA and accepts it. The planned time to arrival is sent to vessel schedules, and the ETA is updated accordingly. Now that the EA is within reasonable range of calculated ETA, the color changes to green. The enhanced process of real-time ETA updates between port control and vessel ensures berth and nautical services are optimally planned. Marine M's berth planner receives the updated ETA and appropriate reallocation is made. In the same way, ETA changes impact the allocation of suitable nautical services resources. This can trigger a reschedule and assignment of nautical resources based on ETA updates. The Marine Job Planner runs auto schedules of movements based on the latest ETA received.
that's pretty much the end of the video. I'm not sure why my colleague moved this mouse really slowly and made me stand in front here for 20 seconds. But it'll come up. But essentially, this is a planning of auto planning of all the nautical movements. The engine can process about 50, 60 per course, right, in about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, depending on the constraints that you put on it, right? But that's pretty much. Let me move on. my time is almost up, so I will move on. So essentially, what we've done so far was to build a database of the database of information with regards to port historical data. We use algorithms to power all the machine learning, drive it through a constraints engine, and basically optimize the movements, right? So coming to the end of it, tailored solutions, basically the great thing about this is AI allows us to put in algorithms where the algorithms can learn and we can feed each port's data through the system and learn from it. And we made it quite adaptive in the sense that we'll be able to put algorithms in place where, basically the same set of platform algorithms and models that we use to feed data from different ports. Enhanced accuracy over time with new data coming in, the flexibility in terms of adapting to changes for vessels ETAs, essentially using an engine to drive a lot of this optimization and rescheduling, right? Solving complex problems with regards to different constraints. We're doing one now that's really driving and pulling my hair out with regards to SPM locations. We have very complex operations with that. But essentially, engines are able to drive optimization for such allocations. Using AI imports, trading is everything, essentially carefully curating the database. That's the first step. Very clear parameters in what we're going to put into the system and how we drive a retraining of the models quite frequently, all right? Finally, this will be the next step we'll be focusing on in terms of just-in-time, but essentially about how do we break down data silos, because as is in almost every port that we've been to, we want to drive better visibility of ETA and ETDs. In fact, we have already incorporating cargo planning in some aspects of our delivery, right? End-to-end coordination of port services. And one of the key things we're looking at is obviously delivering the just-in-time module as a service. So it's not just integrated part of the PMIS, but also as a service that runs on its own. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you for keeping the time, and it's an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm sure that we'll be talking about that all day today, the day before arrival. Moving swiftly on now, though, one of the great things is to have some, not just the technology, not just the suppliers, but actually to have thoughts of people who are doing it or have done it. And so now we've got Abdullah Arnazi and Evgeny Mariksov from RIM Systems, who are going to talk about the rise of advanced VTS and VTMS systems. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you for the organizer for giving me this opportunity, and thank you everybody for attending this presentation. My name is Abdullah Anazi. I'm from Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco is the largest oil and gas company in the world, actually. We are providing energy to the entire world. And as everybody knows, we are using the seawater as a main to supply the world to energy. I'm participating with Evgeny in delivering this presentation. And in this presentation, we'll cover the following agenda. We'll basically show the importance of the VTMS to oil and gas industry, the advantage of the unified VTMS platform. Then we'll walk you through the VTMS data for commercialization purpose. advanced VTMS use cases in oil and gas industry, e-navigation, AIS, VDS, expanding beyond traditional VTMS, and will end up by a conclusion. And maybe what distinguishes this presentation, it's not from vendor to people. This is a presentation from end user, from the operator, who really know the challenges and know the pain areas. And my objective in this presentation to show you what I have learned from the oil and gas industry and how we can work together to bridge the gap between the technology and the end user use cases. Just to explain that in my company, we have mainly 3 users. The terminal, who's handling the oil fueling. Also, we have the marine users, who's handling the logistics and transportation. And the industrial security in my company, who's ensuring security compliance. And we are using both the VTMS and AIS system to ensure that the vessels and the tankers arriving to the fueling facility safely and in timely manner. And it's a critical system that we classified it in my company as a tier 1, which is if this system didn't work, there is a major impact in my company. And as a result, it might impact the energy supply in the world. In general, the VTMS, as everybody knows, is used to monitor and do the navigation marks, detect illegal acts, provide collusion prevention, support research and rescue, and store data for further investigation in case of collusion. In my company, basically, we have the VTMS system consists of the following components: radar, weather sensors, audio recorder, workstation, application, servers, AIS base station, radio directional finder, marine, long-range camera, environmental condition monitoring. Maybe there is an area here, deliberately I left it empty, to tell everybody this is not an enough sensors for the VTMS system. We are looking for more sensors, especially as everybody know, the AI, the video analytics, etc. is very trending technology now. And we need to make sure that in the coming future or from now, those technology augmented with the VTMS system. So we can provide better capability and ensure better safety and security in port environment. We did some study in my company. Basically, we have a very unique setup in which we have an application to support the marine user and another application to support the terminal. And we thought about why don't we just integrate them? And we did so. Then we said, why don't we generalize the idea and make it a unified platform across the country? Then we start engaging more people. And after that, we engaged countries in the GCC, Gulf countries. Why don't we collaborate together to have a unified VTMS platform to support collaboration and continuous tracking? And here is a comparison for the some of the tangible benefits might result from the unification. We will end up by less servers, hardware servers, license applications. We will end up by less also operator licenses, which is each license associated with a cost. The requirement for having a spare parts for different application, different system, duplicate training will be also significantly reduced. In addition, each application, either hosted inside our environment, will require some maintenance contract and maintenance and support. This will be significantly reduced. But from the enhanced safety and security perspective, by integrating all the ports together in one single VTMS platform, we will allow a continuous tracking for the vessels across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as everybody knows that the Red Sea now is a hot topic. And everybody now is trying to come up with some efforts and initiatives to basically bring the peace again to the sea, to the Red Sea. And we believe this is one of the initiatives that will contribute significantly in that domain. If we have all the ports connected together, for example, we can, from the eastern province, I can remotely manage and track the vessels located in the Red Sea. So instead of having a radar, I can see the vessels within a certain geographical area. Now I can see it beyond that limit, tapping on other radar feeds from nearby ports. Also, this will allow me to have a continuous tracking for the vessels. And instead of having regional VTS collaboration, now I will have a collaboration in country level or Middle East level or even global level. And also will resolve the issue of fragmented ports in Saudi Arabia. We have shared this proposal with the regulator in Saudi Arabia to explore it further. And we'll have a dedicated slide to share more details about the proposal that we have submitted. Oh, really? Okay. So I have to just cover the slides very quickly. This is the issue of having a segmented VTMS. Basically, it will have some impact on safety, cost, security, and scarcity. Scarcity here, the frequency of the VTMS radar is very scarce and limited resources, and we barely managed to get it from the regulator because it overlaps with other critical frequencies. And we believe we can package all these services listed in the slide, radar, AIS, etc., in one single platform and make it accessible by any beneficiary, port operator, government, and a commercial entity. All of them, they can access that platform and benefit from the services provided by that platform. This platform can be hosted in the Ministry of Transportation in Saudi, and also can be accessible by tapping on the protocol that is supported by IALA. And we believe the classification of the information is public, in which it shouldn't be treated as a confidential, and especially IALA is encouraging everybody to exchange the VTMS and radar information among them. Some of the use cases that is applicable to the oil and gas is number one, the integration of the VTMS, tapping on the advanced radar and advanced analytics. Nowadays, we have seen radar that can detect the oil spill. Also, the radar has become more sophisticated, in which can detect the type of object, whether it's a bird, small ship, or large tanker. We believe all these advancements can help a lot in protecting our environment and detecting oil spill in oil and gas industry as fast as possible. Also, another trending technology and use case is the remote pilotage and autonomous ship. We believe this is something is still not mature, under development, and very risky to have it deployed in our facility, in which mistakes cannot be tolerated. But the potential benefit from this use case is really huge. If you think about it, this can enable fuel efficiency. I can come up with a better route for the vessel from the source to the destination, will reduce emissions, and of course will enable cost saving by eliminating the pilot and some of the ship crew. Another thing is the artificial intelligence. We are working now with partners to come up with some use cases in which we can detect floating, flying unidentified objects, identify violation and anomalies in the port area, and recognize the type of the vessels, the actual draft, the size and condition. And we have noticed that a lot of vessels coming to our port jeopardizing our safety and security because the vessel is not in good condition and good shape. And we are planning to install AI camera to basically detect any vessel is not in compliance with our safety policy. For example, if there is a vessel suffering from corrosion, the camera can detect it and alert us so we can notify the ship crew. And all these use cases currently, Aramco is taking them seriously since it is related to safety and environment. And we have a lot of patents filed in that domain. Hopefully that we will continue the effort to bring them from just an idea to commercialize solutions that benefit the industry. Another use case applicable to the oil and gas is using the advanced analytics. And basically, this is a dashboard that can generate some insights, tapping on the generative AI. From that website, basically, you can ask for a report about certain vessels or certain incident, and this report will generate it in no time. Also, tapping on previous and historical information, you can do some predictive analysis. For example, you can come up with an idea where this vessel is heading after 1 hour, based on the historical information that is collected by the application. This is something my company currently exploring and dealing with several vendors to do AI training and make the solution more mature. Last use case is basically, as everybody knows, the gas emission is really something significant and impact the environment globally. And majority of the gas emission, the toxic gas, is emitted by the vessels due to the type of fuel that they are using. The idea here, the policy already set by IMO, and it starts to be more stringent and difficult on the vessels operator year after year. But the problem is how to measure the gas emission from the remote vessels, moving vessels. We have brainstormed, explored different ideas, and we believe the best idea here is to integrate the drone with the VTMS application. There, we have seen some existing products where you can augment the drone with gas sniffer. You send the drone to the vessel, you take a sample, sniff it, and this drone is connected through wireless communication with the VTMS application, can analyze that gas sample and alert the operator and the pilot crew if they basically exceeded the agreed upon level of gas emission. Gas emission is really a critical topic. Everybody knows that those gas can be concentrated in the cloud, and when there is a rain, there a highly likelihood for acid rain that might cause the people in the port or around the port to suffer from cancer, lung problem, and some other severe diseases. By this, I conclude my part, and I will hand it over to my colleague Evgeny to cover the other important topics. Thank you.
Okay. Just a brief overview of what is a vessel traffic management system is. It's of course a system which is intended for improving of the safety in the port, navigational assistance. It works with radar, automated integrated identification system, AIS, CCTV video surveillance, includes meteorological sensors and radio communication in VHF and MFHF band. VTMS is often integrated with GMDSS and search and rescue applications, and of course it works with official navigational charts in SIS with S57, S63 and the S100 in future. And often the VTMS is integrated with port management information system, port community system, terminal operation system, ERP, and single window systems, especially in the recent applications. The regulatory framework includes IMO and IALA regulations, basically. And of course, the specification for the classic VTMS is constantly updated by IMO and IALA. So this is the base which we worked on. And what we want to tell from the point of view of the end user is that the classic VTMS should follow the most modern software and system integration technologies like service-oriented architecture of the system is quite important, and interoperability with other systems is also very hot topic and something which need to be implemented. And we will talk about some of the areas which we feel need to be implemented in vessel traffic management system. One of the things is, of course, implementation of e-navigation initiatives in VTMS. For instance, usage of the integration of e-navigation services like VTS information service, navigational assistance service, maritime safety information service, pilotage service, and maritime assistance service. Of course, the integration of third-party data services is also important for VTMS. That includes, for instance, weather forecasts. That includes some Earth remote sensing technologies, including the oil spill detection from search and rescue, synthetic aperture radar. Then one of the things which we believe VTMS needs is integration of the unified data model which is recently been promoted by IMO as IMO data model and compendium, which standardize the data exchange, the data presentation for the port calls. And of course, implementation of the S100 standards is also quite important. Then we believe that VTMS integration with VDES is also important, which is the next generation of automated identification system, which allows more things to implement in relation to the exchange of the information between the vessel and the shore facilities. Then, of course, the modern drone systems, whatever it's yes, also quite important for VTMS. So, in conclusion, we wish to say that this is an overview of the technologies which we believe can be implemented on the basis of the classic VTMS and improve its interoperability and the view of the expansion of the VTMS capabilities from the port and offshore operator like Saudi Aramco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gani, and thank you, Abdullah. We'll move on with another case study really now with Captain Naresh Sunath from Transnet. He's going to tell us all about integrated port management systems. Naresh is a senior manager of pilot and VTS in the Chief Harbour Master's office and in Transnet. 36 years maritime experience, just a youngster really, after my 50 years, but a very, very active and very strong supporter of IHMA. Naresh.
Thanks, Gary, and good day to everybody. Just there to recognize the leadership, the port leadership here in Tanger Med Port, and it's wonderful to be back in Morocco. I was here last year for the African Harbour Masters Committee. Also greetings to the president of the IHMA as well as the African Harbour Master Committee President and the EXCO members for IHMA. Now, mine is a simple task, I think, just to go through the integrated port management system that we've implemented in the South African port system. And just a ticker here. Basically, just go through the South African ports, vessel movements, integrated logistics chain, challenges and objectives, the journey of IPMS, the key stakeholders, the architecture of the IPMS, the key focus areas, some of the screens, and the conclusion. Now, South African ports, there are 8 commercial ports, and they all regionalized in terms of the area where they're located. On the eastern side, you have, the eastern region, you have Durban and Richards Bay. The central regions, East London, Nuga, and Port Elizabeth, and the western region is Mossel Bay, Cape Town, and Saldanha. There's a 9th port called Port of Nolloth, which is not a commercial port. And then we also busy in the conceptual stages of developing a port north of the Cape. That will provide us with additional capacity as well. Looking at the port movements from 2012-2013, this is 11-year period. As you can see, the trends are quite high at the beginning and then falling for various reasons, mainly for movement of transshipment goods, as well as the COVID-19 impact on the port system. But we have recovered over the years, and the last year, 2022-23, we have done a total of, handled a total of 20,000, just over 20,000 vessels. The major ports are Durban, Port of Durban, which handles the highest number of vessels, followed by the Port of Cape Town, then Richards Bay, Port Elizabeth, and then Saldanha Bay. Now, in terms of the integrated logistics chain, one has to understand it very, very, very clearly in order to make decisions when it comes to systems. And looking at the logistics chain, you have to understand from the beginning of what happens and what transpires for you to get a vessel into the port. And these are the different areas we looked at in terms of the anchorage, the berth, the terminal, the apron itself, the terminal, and the different modes of transportation, moving cargoes to and from the port itself. So there's a need also to ensure that the marine, the port terminal, and other services are integrated for a seamless and efficient supply system. So the integrated port management system, so these are some of the challenges that we experienced initially that came up. So to address that, systems sometimes don't solve problems, but you still need to have it to organize yourself so that you can become more efficient and cost effective. This also contributes quite a bit to the port community system and the maritime single window of IMO that is become mandatory as well for all ports around the globe. So some of the challenges are no end-to-end visibility of port operations, an incomplete implementation of the port community systems, and integration with terminal operators as well as state agencies, the lack of data capturing in operations becoming a burden for the operators themselves. Instead of concentrating on the vessel traffic, they're having to capture information on a spreadsheet or other system that's manual, and then outdated reporting technology as well. It becomes quite a challenge, I think, when somebody stands in front of you. But yeah, the objectives are in front, and in terms of the benefits that we gain, it's transitioning from manual processes to a platform that is web-based and automated. And there is use of Internet of Things devices to collect timestamps, and also to improve on data integrity and the implementation of the data warehouse. Anybody knows what's API? Yes, sir. Well, I actually thought it was that as well too, but when I spoke to the IT colleagues, they say, no, it's application programming interfaces. So sometimes there's a lot of technology, but there's a lot of terminology as well too that we use, and sometimes not so well understood. But you see, the API is also used for your integration and data analysis, also reporting and integrity of information. So it combines other systems as well together to create a more improved and better system. So also in terms of streamlining access to internal users and external users as well, and moving from Excel sheets of reports to a system-based, which is auditable. Now, the IPMS journey commenced in 2013, and as you can see from the bottom, in terms of that arrow, it went into developing a blueprint where you look at the gap analysis and also development of the environment, where you have to look at external road shows, internal and external people road shows, because you must involve everyone when you're doing a system. You cannot do a system by yourself. All the role players have to be engaged, and their requirements must be captured somewhere. And then you go into the development and looking at SMEs are subject matter experts, and only the business that would know what they would want. You cannot ask IT to develop a system for you. You must have the manual process, and you must ask the IT to automate that for you. But your processes should not be changing drastically, so that you still keep your efficiencies, you still keep all your procedures and processes, because most of them actually are regulatory in nature as well. So training also is a very important component of having to do a system, where you need to make sure that all users of that system are trained to a degree that they will be able to interact with the system. And the impacts on the roles are very important, because you might end up with having to deal with labor, your workforce that might be threatened by a system where they would feel that they are no longer required, but you need to give the satisfaction that it's more enhancing, I think, in the job function. And I'll give you an example for the VTS operators that we had, that were doing the capturing manually. We basically gave them the assurance that now they will be doing less work instead of more, but you will be concentrating on your core function, which is vessel traffic control, monitoring ships, controlling, and being able to do proper vessel traffic control role instead of capturing of data onto a system. So it's very important for these aspects, the human element in any system. So the implementation was in 2015, and we've done user acceptance testing, train the trainer training, and so on. But there have been enhancements that are proposed for the system as well. I'm just going to go through quickly. So the integrated port management system is a web-based integrated system that automates the system, the operations, the marine operations and port operations of the commercial ports, and also it provides you real-time access to operational information on a single platform towards delivering improved service to customers and stakeholders. These are the key stakeholders that we've engaged with, and there might even be more as well too. That's why stakeholder mapping is very important when you're developing any system. Looking at the shipping lines to freight forwarders, importers, exporters, government agencies, and the port itself in terms of internal users, your terminal operators, and other marine ancillary services providers as well. So the IPMS architecture and design involve the marine operations, port operations, the external users, as well as looking at general features and reporting, as well as system integration. Integration with Lloyd's Register to make sure that you have accurate information from the vessel, the AIS, as well as weather, EDI, and SAP as well. So some of the key focus areas dealt with the service requests, the arrival notification, resource management, anchorage, pilotage, breakwater, berthing, and cargo working. So current processes have been dealt with now with additional, there's smart technology that's required and digitalization, so that we have more accurate and remove the human element as errors tend to crop in very frequently with a human element. So smart devices as well, and we've also got the system on a app where vessel agents can do their changes or make the service requests in terms of vessel movements as well. So this is just one of the screens, the logon screen. It's role-based and access is granted on application, and it goes through a, you also have to accept the conditions of use of the system itself, username and password, and that's not interchangeable to anybody else. It's for a particular, so that you also maintain the integrity of other people's data as well, because you don't want to share information between different users. Everybody, the private part of it must be, or confidential information must be held confidentially as well. You have to give the users that assurance, otherwise it won't go through any other stages. There's also a section where you can, without logging into the system, do a application for certain services that you want, like your pilot exemption, do a licensing application, or even incident management, capture, so on. It's also a role-based system, so if you're looking at tasks that are issued to the various transaction holders, they will be given a task, and they have to accept that task, and then it goes forward to the next transaction that has to happen. But it's very important, I think, for the clearance of vessels, like your IMDG, your port health, as well as ISPS, and even berth planning as well. There's also quite a number of reports in there, and one of them is the report on dangerous goods that gives you the various classes of dangerous goods on the system, and you can extract it or download it, either Excel, Word, or PDF, for the period that you desire, and also for the port that you want it for. So in conclusion, the implementation of the integrated port management system in South African ports represents a significant step forward in enhancing the maritime efficiency and safety through smart technologies, and by addressing the challenges facing the maritime industry and leveraging the innovative solutions such as IPMS, South African ports have achieved a notable improvement in operational efficiencies, as well as communication and collaboration with the maritime community, and also partially addressed the maritime single window requirement by IMO. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Naresh. So we've had lots of IT, then we've had some case studies, and finally we've actually got a title that includes one of the most important words for harbour masters, and that's safe. So we're now going to look with Simon Mortensen, the Vice President of Global Ports and Terminals for DHI, at supporting safe and efficient navigation in Tanger Med using a physics-based system. Thank you, Simon. And Simon is going to get it is between us and lunch. Tough job.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to present at IHMA, and I would like just to use this rare opportunity to thank Gary and his team for organizing a fantastic conference so far. I'm going to tell you a story. The title of this conference is Marine Adventure, and I'm going to tell you a Moroccan marine adventure that we had the privilege to have together with Port of Tanger Med. And every good story deserves a good introduction, and so I would very much be honored if Captain Tariq Duras, if you could please join me on stage to give that. Captain Tariq is the chief pilot and the central director of TMPA, and being the co-author for this work that I'm presenting today. So, Captain, thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Simon, for the introduction. So, before we start the introduction about the course, I want to say some words from where we start and where we are now. As we know, the continuous surge in commercial vessels size and capacity is putting an increased pressure on the port authorities. And in order to adopt an effective and an expansion strategies to ensure that their assets will meet the growing demands of the capacity. And the key challenge that the port authorities face is how to balance between the growing of the capacity and keeping in mind the safety issue. And let me say that in Tanger Med, since we start in 2007, we were keen and focus on how we can improve our strategic and operational measures in order to meet these challenges, and mainly to find a waterside solution. And the two entities that were concerned about these matters was the Harbor Master's Office and the pilots. So we were looking for a solution that can provide us with an outstanding operational benefit, which include at the same time the increase of the capacity, the berth utilizations, but as I said before, keeping in mind that should be safe. Taking into consideration also how we can reduce our delays and the downtimes of the operation. And based on that needs, we start to looking for solutions. And then the partnership with Seaport and Coast DHE starts. And it starts in a clever manner, let's say, because we do it on a partnership in order to identify our needs. And the Coast Online solution release was looking to release the true capacity of the ports, because there have been a capacity there, but no one was taking the challenge or the courage to go over the conservative methods. That's why we were looking for a digital and innovative solution like the ones provided by Seaport. And the process starts with, as I said, with our local partner, which have been also involved since the first day. I'm speaking about Tanger Med Engineering, which are present with us here. They were involved in the project since the beginning in order to make a made-house solution, of course, with the support of DHE. And we proceed through the stages. The first stage we do is we make a capacity study to identify what is the true capacity of the port. And then on the second stage, we go and we implement the cost solution online, which is an online solution, digital solution that gives us a proactive decision-making about how we can plan our calls, how we can, it gives us also an accuracy about the use of not only the draft, which is the main issue was, because we have to know that by using this solution, we move it from 16.5 meters up to 17.4 without dredging. Not only the UCAC was improved, but also the fact that the solution gives us accurate weather condition forecast 7 days ahead before we can plan the vessel's course. This is briefly 2 words about the solution and how it was implemented. And I will hand over to Simon to explain in details the technical solution, and I will come back later on the last slide with the testimonial about the use of the solution. And thank you very much.
Okay, so to continue this adventurous story, we thought it would be nice to share with a little bit of detail how did the journey, what did it involve, and what was required. So Tanger Med is located in a beautiful spot in this navel of the world, not just a navel to trade. In fact, it has more of it in terms of TU than the entire continent of Australia. But also in terms of some very, very complicated weather, very strong currents, very strong waves, and high winds. So when it comes to provide a safe solution, the first thing you need to think about is accuracy. Accuracy is something that technology can provide. It's only part of the solution, but it is the start. And to provide that accuracy, we need to provide reliable forecasts of how weather and water levels, waves, currents, winds affects the safe navigation of the ships. It's dynamic underkill clearance, it's safe leeway drift, and so on and so forth. And for that, we're using incredibly powerful numerical models to forecast currents in full 3D. It's the only way you can capture this reliable in this part of the world. And I provided a bit more technical information. I'm not going to go through here, but we would love to talk to you about it if you're interested afterwards in our booth outside. It provides a very complicated, well, I should say accurate representation of how waves are penetrating into the port. Obviously, you have two oceans, world oceans connecting at this point. You have a very powerful swell, not just coming from the Atlantic Ocean, but also from the Mediterranean sometimes, and that goes into the port. And as a coastal marine engineer through 16 years, I spent a lot of my failed youth actually calculating how that was done accurately. And it's very important in Tanger because the UKC problem happens inside the port, not outside. And to actually accurately calculate that, you need what's called a fully nonlinear wave model that can actually handle the correct diffraction and partial reflection processes that are happening in support. And that was, of course, adopted into Tanger Med. We had great support and sparring with TME, who was also operating in this space, and it was very, very nice to actually get to that point. Actually, then comes the ship itself. When you have the weather forcing, how do you actually capture how the ship is responding? And in that case, we're very, very blessed to have a trusted partner in Force Technology, who has been one of the leaders in this space of very accurately capturing how vessels respond. And they put it in the simulator. Those who come to our booth later during the conference will be able to get a full VR immersion into this space, into NCOS, into the simulator experience. What it captures is it captures the full 3D dimension of the vessel and how it responds in a complex wave environment, subject to forward speed. And it's one of the few solutions that can actually do that very accurately. And it's important, especially a place like Tanger Med, especially for container ships that usually move faster than, say, bulk carriers. But it's not just about the UKC, because again, for this place here, UKC is just part of the safety concerns you have to deal with because of the strong currents and the strong winds. That is captured too through the seakeeping aspects that sits in this system. That is the exact same as if you go into a very high-powered simulator like the Simplex 4 by Force Technology. It's the same like for like, but used for decision support. Now then comes the accuracy part, because of course, it's easy for an engineer to talk about how we piece together these technical solutions, but all that matters in the end is how it works in the field. And in this case, we had the pleasure to go on in the field with 5 vessels in Tanger Med to estimate some of the largest container ships in the fleet, such as the EEE 1 and 2 and the Hong Kong class vessels, and then instrument them using 3 GPS sensors and high precision accelerometers to capture how much how the vessel was responding. And that has been presented again in breaking down into its principal components: pitch, roll, heave, leeway, drift, and such. I had the pleasure of presenting and publishing on this to the last Port PIAC World Congress proceedings in Cape Town. So for those of you who are interested in this, we have a published paper on the accuracy of this. But again, my point is accuracy is the first nodal point. It's only part of it, because in order to go from accuracy to successful application, you need to build trust and you need to provide support. because on the edge of the spear, there is a pilot that would climb aboard like a pilot ladder and need to safely and confidently feel supported by the tools he's surrounded with to actually bring it the ship safely. There needs to be a VTS operator that can handle last-minute change in the schedule, last-minute change in the weather, and confidently apply that to the schedule to make sure that the operation is safe, and also, of course, mitigate as much as possible delay to the schedule. So all of this technology, and it's something that cloud computing and web service has provided us with, that is to bring all of that into an intuitive tool to simply say, well, what is my windows for safely moving this vessel? What do I, and then when you make a choice, then you'll be giving decision support based on this. And this is just a screenshot from the dashboard. You would notice there's also information about the weather, safe windows and such. So you can also see why is your safe windows the way they are. Click. Now, that's sort of just very shortcutting into the planning process. Now, in the end, as I said before, a pilot has to climb a ladder and communicate with the master, and both of them needs to be comfortable that this process is safe. Now, again, as Captain Tariq said, the challenge was to get from 16.5 to 17.4 meter draft with no dredging. Imagine that would require some stakeholder management and trust building before anyone would be comfortable to do this. And in the end of the spear here is obviously the PPU integration. So this is the Trelleborg Safe Pilot System, which is used in Tanger Med. That, when that is taken on board, it downloads a data pack from NCOS Online. And that provides a full offline package that provides decision support for the pilots all the way through the transit. Obviously, it will tell you about if you have any issues with Safe UKC. It will give you support for your speed and other things that you need to worry about. It will tell you what the currents and waves and winds will be during your journey. If you have delays, as it happens sometimes, or if you have to go faster or slower, the system will also be able to update to this. And it does it fully online. And it does it in appreciation is when you're in maritime, I mean, there's a saying that everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. It works in maritime too, just without the physical altercation, but still things usually change. And decision support tools need to adapt to that level of robustness. So, well, 2 minutes, okay. I'm gonna give you 2 very small examples of this system in application. So this is the Eleonora Mask 17.2, came in August last year. It was part of the stepwising up of gradually increasing draft. This is how it looked on the day in terms of the windows. It was selected to go in at 11:30. This was a selection of the decision support that again could inform and build trust with the operators that this is actually safe. How much water you had almost a meter of net UKC underneath the vessel. You had detached printed piloting cards that will tell you that in case that all your technology fails, that you can still print that out. But it's not just all about bringing in bigger ships. It's about safety, and it's about transitioning from static port rules to dynamic rules. And in this case, we're taking an example where you actually have a vessel that is drafted quite shallow, like I think it's 60, I can't actually see I think it's 16.5, but where the system advised the VTS to just slightly move the vessel transit to high tide as opposed to mid tide. And that was because there was more than 2.3 meter HS inside the port. And the static port rules would not have been able to capture that, which is what we usually see when we are supporting operators with this kind of tools, is that for the most cases, going for dynamic, so from static to dynamic rules, opens up your hidden capacity massively. But it also identifying those cases where usually the pilot has to rely on his experience to know that right now is not the time. In this case, the tool is supporting that decision, which is, alleviates a lot of pressure in this commercial space we're acting in. In the end, the trust part of this is the most paramount in using tools like this. And it only comes with good change management, which was an absolute blessing working with Tanger Med, like TMPA, because like training pilots, going through all the sections to make sure that they were comfortable and see them adopting this tool, help improving it and so on, and making sure it fit into their ecosystem, coupling with their other technology providers. I would like to just summarize again, capture what we've said. The challenge of this was to unlock the hidden capacity for Tanger Med 1 and 2, make sure there could be, result of that was unlocking up to from 16.5 to 17.4, provide increased navigational support to move these big ships. We have a little quote from one of the commercial operators from Maersk that was quite happy with this as well. But then again, as this is a Harbour Master conference, this is about the users. This is about being comfortable as a using trusting tools to enhance support. So I would like again, if I can, to invite up. If that's okay? Is that okay? Sorry. Sorry, we're short on time.
For this testimonial, I will call two users, main users. One from the Harbour Master. I call Hisham Kharoufi, please. As a VTS officer and a planner officer, he will talk about his experience of using the NCOS system. And of course, also Ahmed Tahiri, which is a senior pilot using daily NCOS system.
We only have 1 minute to say.
Due to short of time, I will ask you to be brief. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Hisham Kharoufi, Protocol Optimization Manager in Tanger Med, Harbour Master. So using NCOS was a great experience. It was a journey, actually. We started early in 2021, and it took a long time to implement and test. And we are all the time trying to make it perfect by the exchange with the masters of the vessels. And we are exchanging data for their transits to make the predictability of the dynamic and clearance of the solution even better. I like to say that it was great to have a solution in hand on our disposal in the Harbour Master to where we can input the vessel transit data and have a solution that can say if this data is reliable or not. That was great. Sometimes even the captains of the largest vessel in the world, they are curious to know how we discover that this placement was wrong. It's because of this solution where we input the data and then get an idea about, or warning, sometimes critical warnings, if the vessel data is not corresponding to the 3D model of the vessel and the simulation done to give the dynamic and the clearance windows, which is aligned with our strategy for just-in-time. Now, the NCOS system gives us larger windows for the transits of deep draft container vessels, and it's very beneficial in terms of planning these movements to be just in time. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ahmed Tahiri. I'm a senior pilot in Tanger Med. I was in charge for implementation of this solution on the pilotage department. My testimony goes on 3 points. NCOS was helping us to improve the safety because of the weather forecast. We have 14 days ahead of us, so we can adapt our
7 days. 7 days.
Yeah, 7 days before, and we can have 7 days ahead of us. So we can adapt our strategy as a pilot for the next changing condition of the weather in case of, because of this forecast. Second point is the NCOS was enabling us to maximize our operation because of extending the window. We had the traditional window using the tidal range. Now we have the possibility to prepare the transit even for deep drafted vessels, and we have extended the window. So we have this possibility to have more deep drafted vessels inside the port, even when we are going to the low water. The third point is this confidence between the pilot and the captain. This solution is boosting this confidence because of the integration of the solution now on the PPU. We have this possibility to make the captain sure that his vessel will go to the berth safe, and we have also this possibility to make to play some scenarios. Sometimes we have recorded scenarios and we play in front of the captain, so we make too much confidence between in this relationship. Thank you, and welcome again to Tanger Med.
Thank you, team. That really was a brilliant session, and we've only run over a couple of minutes, although we've run out of time for questions. What I'll do is I'll use my chairman's prerogative, and I will just really sum up, I think, what we've heard in the last, or the first, if you like, hour and a half of today. And I hope that it's whet everybody's appetite for what's going to come over the next couple of days, but especially this afternoon. We started off with that, with the title of the session, and it was really quite thought-provoking when I said smart ports, technology, digitalization, AI, real-time data. What does it mean? And I think, thanks to our excellent panel, that we've all got a much better understanding of that now. And then the other aspect of it is that we then turn that data, that technology stuff, through some very interesting case studies from Aramco and from Transnet into what is real life. And then finally, the real proof of the pudding, to see that it's working here in Tanger Med. And to hear those recommendations, those support words from the pilot, from the VTS, from the harbour masters, really shows that technology is here, it is here to stay, and it's up to us to really use it. We'll talk more and more about that as the day goes through. So, thank you to the speakers. Can I ask the president of the International Harbour Masters to present the speakers with our gifts? This is the first time that I've not been able to hand it over myself, because the gifts are so huge that if you, as you leave the stage, gentlemen, you've been spared questions, so I'm sure that they'll be talking in the alleyways. But David, I'm going to propose for David. What is that? What else is it, guys? Evgeny? Thank you. Abdullah? Naresh? Yurchel? And finally, Simon. Thank you very much. Lunch is sponsored today. It will be sponsored every day, but today is sponsored by Elman. Pierluigi, would you like to take this opportunity to say something, or are you too scared to stand between the organization and lunch? Yep, yeah, please, yeah. As Paul said, we are so grateful to our sponsors, and without them this conference wouldn't happen. So it's important that we recognize our lunchtime sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying here for this very interesting event. We are getting a lot of information and sharing a lot of data to everybody in order to improve and to stay better in the navigation, in the port operation. I thank you for your presence, and I am honored to be here, to be a silver sponsor. Clearly, now the time is tight, so What I can say, just have a nice dinner, a nice lunch, and in case you are interested to visit us, we are in the exhibition available to exchange information. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes session one. That is lunchtime now. As I've said, it is very tight schedule. We deliberately made it very, very tight. If I can just keep that warning to the speakers. If you do overrun, you run the risk of having no questions at the end. So don't take that too seriously. If we can please be back in our seats by 1400, please enjoy lunch. Thank you again to all the speakers. Thank you to Elman for sponsoring lunch. Thank you. Thank Elman, our sponsors had, and maybe that we need longer at lunchtimes. The lack of questions is always a problem. What we're going to do for this session, if we can have the Slido slide up, please. If everybody gets their mobile phone out and scans that QR code, you will be linked to the chairman, and please ask questions as we go through, and then we'll use that to take the questions at the end. You can put the questions in anonymously. If you do, they're quite likely to be rejected. Not necessarily, but you will stand a good chance of the question being asked if you put your name against your question. Hopefully it works very well, and my Slido assistants will keep us on track. The questions will be for the panelists, not for me. What you don't know is I can see the questions already. Okay, we're going to get started anyway. Those who are still enjoying lunch will come in. This session is, you've heard enough of me already, so I would like to invite Captain Naresh to chair this session. He will be just as strong at keeping people on time, and again, hopefully that we enjoy this session, which is called Data, Data, Data.
Thank you, Gary, and welcome all delegates back to the session. This is session 2. Like Gary mentioned, it's called Data, Data, Data. Just a little bit about myself. I am Naresh Sunat. I'm the Senior Manager Politician VTS in the Chief Harbour Master's Office at Transnational Ports Authority. And I've been at sea as well as in the ports, operating, been Harbour Master for 2 ports, and then now at the head office, dealing with lots of issues like normal other Harbour Masters do. But yeah, it's been a journey for me as well, for 36 years, being at sea, in the port system, operating with tugs, pilots, and so on. And I've enjoyed every bit of it. Enough about me now, let's get back to the tight schedule that we have. And Gary's running a very tight ship here, so got to keep it up. So let me introduce, I think, each of the speakers, and then they can come up. They're already up here, sorry. Yeah. So the first one to come up, dealing with data. Remember, data is so important for for not just the shipping and the maritime industry, but everyone else as well. And data is what is now the core commodity, you call it. People are buying and selling data as well. But let us listen to some of the speakers on their topics of improving ports efficiencies and sustainable through metocean and environmental data monitoring. We have Cecile Senet, the CEO of MSM. It's a little bit about Cecile. She joined MSM as a business development manager in 2016, working mostly with North American, European, African, and Asian markets. With a master's degree in international business negotiation, Cecile has extensive experience in managing international projects and relationships. During her time in MSM, she has received extensive training on H2 navigation solutions and has been in charge of leading the design, development, and implementation of several beaconing projects over the world, including custom design, complex projects. So, improving ports efficiency and sustainability through metocean and environmental data monitoring, presented by Cecile. Cecile, welcome.
So, yes, my name is Cecile, and I am the director of MSM Ocean, which is the oceanographic business of MSM. So we are an H2 navigation manufacturer, and in my part, we instrument system with sensor to gather data and transmit it for different users. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about how we can improve port efficiency and sustainability through metocean and environmental data monitoring, especially looking at the part of gathering data and transmitting data to onshore or to the user that need the data to make their decision and their work. So when we look at improving efficiency and sustainability through data measurements, we have to think about the different factors that may affect principally arrival and departure of vessel, the activities within the port, and also the impact of these activities inside the port or in the environment surrounding the port. So that means we want to look principally at meteorological data, oceanographic data, currents, waves, or other type of data like water density, or we want to look at environmental data and water quality data. But when we do these types of projects, we also have to consider that the equipment and the system that we want to install, they have to comply with a set of standards and requirements that are provided by international organizations such as IALA, IMO, WMO, or the IOC for oceanographic system, but also national authorities or institutions may have standards and regulation to follow. So how do we increase operational functionality in this data monitoring project? So first, we need to think about the data that we want to collect. So what kind of data are we interested in? Which of the parameters are of interest for our activities or for the specific project we want to implement? So that means we have to think about how do we measure the data, because there's different type of sensors, but also different technology to measure the same type of parameters. Then we have to think about the level of precision that we may need, because as I was saying, different sensors, different precision. So this is things we need to consider. We need to think about where we want to measure the data, where are we interested, for example, in the current, in the approaches of the port or inside another area of the port. And we want to think about also how often we need the data. So that will relate to sampling frequency in the sensors, but also to frequency of transmission. And that will impact, cost of communication in some cases, but also power supply design and other issues. So we do not have only to think about if the data is going to be relevant. We also want to think about that we need a data that is continuous, that is always or as much as possible available, and we need to think that, of a data that is of quality. Then the second thing we have to think about is how we are going to transmit this data from the measuring station to the user that may need it. So there are a lot of different options, and we can be very creative about that, because we usually think about, the station to the control center, and then the control center to maybe the users. But we can eliminate, in a lot of cases, intermediate and unnecessary nodes of communication. For example, thinking about broadcasting where the targeted transmission of data. In the case of using AIS transmissions, for example, we can send data via message 8 directly to vessel, to navigators, so they can have immediate data, and then another message with more complete data, with data that might be used by the control center to do maintenance of the system or monitoring of the system, can be transmitted via message 6 directly to the control center. Or, for example, we can get the same data, package it and send it through a voice synthesizer and send it directly to other users through marine radio. So these are the kind of things that we can do. Then we have to think about what we want to do with the data. Obviously, we want real-time data for the users to be used in that moment to make decisions. But it's also really important to think about establishing databases, to compile historical records and do maybe statistical analysis. This can be used also for modeling or forecasting. And we have to think also if the data can be used for more than one user, because one user is the port authority, or within the port, we can think about how the same data measure can be useful for different departments in the port. We might not need to multiply the system, but we can think about also exchanging data with external users outside of the ports. For example, it could be in a collaborative manner with like official institution, hydrographic services, or it could be a research institution, or it can be done through models that will provide additional income for other industry. A lot of industry are interested in that data, oceanographic data, wave data, could be offshore wind farms or fish farming or any other, or even for tourism, it could be interesting. So how do we collect the data? So we have three main parts, which one would be the structure in which we put our sensor or we establish our station, then the sensors, and then the data logger, which is the intelligence that we have within the system. In terms of structure, you have to think about all the structure that there is in the port, and we can put sensors on them. So that includes lighthouses or towers or structure. So on inshore structure, it's easy to add sensor in some cases. In other cases, we need to maybe construct something. And if we think into floating structures, so buoys, we don't always have to go to like the yellow data buoy, like an ODAS buoy. We can think also about using other marks, for example, changing a lateral mark to put a lateral mark that is instrumented. It doesn't always have to be an additional aids to navigation to do these measurements. And when we decide on the structure, it's really important to think about not only the acquisition cost, but the overall operational cost, and also to define properly the structure, because that's going to impact the continuity of the data. So, for example, in the case of a buoy, if it's not been well defined in terms of energy efficiency or in terms of mooring system, then you might get a problem of energy autonomy and then an interruption of data, or you could have a mooring system that is failing, so you get interruption of data, or other consideration like visibility and to avoid collisions, or vandalism in some area, which is quite heavy. So all these things taken into account will guarantee that you get continuous monitoring of the data. When we look at instrumentation, we can measure a lot of things, and there are a lot of sensor and manufacturer on the market, from the most simple sensor to the more complex sensors. But there are also sensors that can compile a different measurement in one single sensors. And so we have the meteorological sensors, then we have oceanographic sensor, where we will be measuring waves, currents, tides, we can measure conductivity. And then we have environmental sensor, which can measure pollution, and especially with hydrocarbons. And then we have other type of sensors that are quite interesting also. We can add a system that monitor underwater intrusion, so divers or intrusion by ROV or AUV. And also now there is a lot of progress that is done into measuring noise, underwater noise. So that's something that is quite interesting also. So in terms of the last part of the measuring station is the data logger, which is the processor that will do the data capture, the processing and local storage of the data, a data quality control, and data transmission. So, and it also provides system monitoring and self-management. So in our case, our data logger is in charge. It's designed to optimize communication. So there is a lot of work that is done into optimizing packages of the message the packaging of the message to be more efficient in transmitting sometimes a large quantity of data with a lot of frequency. But it also is a tool for monitoring the system. So that is important to avoid interruption of data or to limit the interruption of data. So you can get alarms and alerts in real time if any issues happen with the sensor. And also there is a lot of two-way communication so that you can act with the data logger in order to reduce maintenance action, resetting sensors from the control center. So this makes it that we are quicker to answer to any interruption of the data. The last part of the data management of the data chain is the data management and display software. So I'm going to show two examples of software that we use, but also there are other possibilities like using providing APIs, so these data can be interfaced with other like data management system, either a system that are open to the public because some authority are sharing their data with the public, or a system that are configured to work with a VTS system, for example, to integrate in these types of systems. So the first platform that we have is aimed at the management of the measuring station and the display of the data measured by the station. So the first screen that I'm showing is the data display system, which can be in graph or in table. Then we have an operational management system that allows to look at the alarms and interact with the sensors and interacts with different subsystems of the buoys or of the station offshore. And this is just kind of an alarm. And then the other system that we have is a simple VTS software for smaller ports that is only working through AIS. And then we get the data that is shown through the message 8 AIS, that is the one received by the vessel. And to finish, I'll present just a project that we did in Peru. So in Peru, we worked with the port of San Nicolas, which is a private port operating by a mining company called Shogun Hierro Peru. So in this location, they had no local measurements, and they were the decision to open or close the port was done based on data or based on decision by the harbor master of the port that is just right next to it, based on data that is measured at another location. So what happened is the problem, and that's a problem that happens in a lot of countries, is that they didn't have any accurate data to make their decisions. So they could see that they could operate because the waves were small, but then they had orders not to operate because the waves that were measured at another point were too high. So there was two goals in this project. One was to provide data that would help them make decisions with local and real-time conditions. Mainly, they were interested in wind and gust, wave and currents, surface currents and currents in the water column. And then they wanted to also provide data to other institutions because there's not like a network of coastal monitoring in the country. So what we did is installing a 2-meter diameter elastomer buoy at 60-meter depth, not very far away from the port. It measures waves, current, and weather conditions. So because with an automatic weather station, the data is broadcasted via message 8 directly to the vessel that are approaching the port, and then it is sent to the control center via AIS message 6, which is a message that we've developed ourselves, and also with a backup by mobile phone communication. And then the Shogun they have both software, one for the ocean data management, and the other one because it's more visual for the people taking the decision. But they have provided a user on the software to the harbor master to the neighboring port, who is the one making the decision to open or close the port. So they can also have data that is from the region and to the National Hydrographic Authority. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecile. That was a very interesting presentation. And I think, with smart technology that's going on nowadays, we need these kinds of initiatives going forward. Once you make a boy smart, what does he turn into? Turns into a man. Didn't get it? Smart boys, floating boys, okay, it's fine. The next speaker is Paul Marks. He's head of ports partnering and engagement with the UK Hydrographic Office. So as head of ports partnering and engagement at the UK Hydrographic Office, Paul is responsible for developing and maintaining partnerships with UK data suppliers, including ports and harbours, on behalf of the UK Hydrographic Office. So Paul works to facilitate and improve data exchange for the benefit of both parties. Paul has worked at the UK Hydrographic Office for 18 years and has extensive experience and knowledge of marine geospatial data from seabed to surface. Paul joined the organization as a cartographer and has since worked in various roles within the business, including research and development engineer, seabed mapping, product manager, and concept development manager. Leveraging his experience, Paul currently specializes in engaging with ports and harbors to help build a safe, efficient, and thriving port sector. Paul, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you to the IHMA, and thank you to everyone for allowing me to be here today to speak to you all. It's a real pleasure to be here in Morocco and to be here at Tanger Med Port as well. The focus of my talk is going to roll around 4 key themes: safety, digitalisation, navigation, and sustainability. And these are 4 themes that really do resonate with the work that we do at the UK Hydrographic Office. Safety is at the heart of what we do. As many of you may know, we've been providing Admiralty products and services for over 225 years, all with the aim of ensuring safety of life at sea. And we do this to support navigation, to get the mariner from A to B in a safe, efficient and compliant manner. And a lot has changed in 225 years. Digitalisation has transformed the shipping industry and the way mariners navigate. Mariners can now monitor their vessel in real time, access data from highly detailed multi-beam surveys. And the next chapter, as we've already heard around in digitalisation, promises to unlock even more benefits for user ashore and at ship alike. Alongside digitalisation, another driver that is transforming our industry and many other industries alike is, of course, the climate crisis. And it's really positive to see already topics such as sustainability and decarbonisation being prioritised. And before I delve into these topics in more detail, though, I'm just going to spend a bit of time just talking about the UK Hydrographic Office and some of the work that we do. As I've already mentioned, the UK Hydrographic Office was founded 225 years ago. We produced our very first nautical chart back in 1800. And although, as mentioned, we have moved on from the days of hand-drawn paper charts, our core purpose remains the same to this day, to support safety of life at sea. What some of you may not know is we are part of the UK's Ministry of Defence. We're a government organisation and provide expertise to defence, other departments, and this involves specialist advice on hydrography, marine cartography, oceanography, and much more. We also provide that information to the wider maritime industry to support ports, autonomous vessels, sustainability initiatives, and search and rescue services, and again, much more. And finally, through our Admiralty products and services, we support the maritime industry with navigational decision-making on ship and shore. And many of you, harbour masters, pilots, and others in this room may be either users of our products or at least very familiar with the charts and publications. In fact, 90% of large ships trading internationally today rely on Admiralty products and services to navigate across the globe safely and efficiently. This includes electronic navigational charts, or ENCs, maritime publications, and a range of other digital services. But the needs of the shipping industry and the wider maritime industry are always evolving. And as we head towards the increasingly digital-first future, we're evolving our products and services to help meet the needs of the mariner today and in the future. I had me worried for a minute there. I thought there was an image missing. So one example of this is how we've been producing high-density electronic navigational charts, known as HD ENCs, based on high-resolution seabed mapping data. While ENCs typically are, feature contour depths at 30, 20, 10, 5 meters, HD ENCs are contoured at 1 meter intervals, and that allows for much more precise navigation. For example, they can open up new routes and larger navigable areas for vessels, which is particularly important in busy port approaches or shallow waterways. You can see the difference on screen now, and you can see here how 1 meter contours have opened up larger navigable space for vessels to enter and exit the waterway in Milford Haven in Wales. As well as the obvious safety benefit, HDNCs can also bring economic and environmental benefits by improving efficiencies. And recent years have seen an increased focus on how we can unlock efficiencies to support a more sustainable future. And I want to spend just a moment to talk about why decarbonisation is so critical for the maritime industry. Today, over 80% of trade by volume is transported by sea. All of us in some way rely on carbon-intensive bulkers, tankers, and container ships. So it's not surprising then that maritime sector is responsible for 2.8% of the world's global greenhouse gas emissions. And putting that in context, that's equivalent to all of the emissions emitted by Germany. But unlike Germany, shipping doesn't directly come under the Paris Agreement. If we do nothing, shipping's emissions will increase by a further 10% by 2050, as shown in this graphic by the Maersk McKinney-Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. So while our industry is vital to the global economy, we certainly have got the carbon footprint to show for it. And if nothing changes, we'll be generating an even larger share of global emissions at a time when other industries are cutting theirs. And we've already seen in the slides earlier session, and you may be aware as well of the new greenhouse gases strategy set by the International Maritime Organization. They target aim to take us to a net zero shipping industry by around 2050. Thankfully though, innovation, digitalization are paving the ways for new solutions that will make shipping more efficient and reduce emissions, helping to meet these ambitious but very necessary decarbonisation targets. Bear with me, I need my notes. There we go. And it's not all bad news. The potential for improvement is huge. If we collectively improve efficiencies by just 8%, we'd save 1 exajoule of energy, and that's equivalent to 24 million tonnes of fuel oil. And signs are good, and you've seen some examples earlier as well, that it's possible through operational and routing efficiencies that are all enabled by data. So how can we begin to achieve those efficiencies in shipping and across the port sector? Well, thanks to the thousands of satellites that are in low Earth orbit as we speak, we're seeing faster internet speeds and lower costs than ever before. And this allows us to take advantage of the advances in digitalization. We now have more data at our fingertips than we've ever had. Data on the depth, nature of seabed, tidal currents, water levels, real-time data on shipping routes and operations, and much, much more. And digitalization, improved connectivity are allowing us to unlock the power of data to use in voyage optimization and other green initiatives. And we've already seen some examples on just-in-time. We've got the talk in the next session as well around port call optimization, which will go in more details. And similarly, we've already mentioned, and you will have heard of concepts like green shipping corridors that seek to enable more efficient operations. These new corridors will be underpinned by voyage optimization and data, along with industry-wide collaboration between fuel producers, ship operators, cargo operators, and ports. And with all this data at our fingertips and advancements in ship connectivity, the hydrographic community has recognised the need for universal data framework. Some of you may have already heard of the S100 data framework that looks to establish a standard for marine data sets and hydrographic data. And if I can, I've got a video, hopefully, to show you as well that will go into a little bit more detail on those standards. He says, confidently. Let's go back. Well, I'm running out of time anyway, so that's convenient, isn't it? That was going to be my moment where I was going to have a drink of water and a breather, but I'll skip over the video. And if you really wanted to, you can see from that link, the video is on the Admiralty YouTube channel as well, and I'm sure we can share the link if you wanted to see it. But what the link was going to go, and the video was going to actually show you some of the S100 data standards and the data sets. But what these new data sets are all about is about seamless access to harmonized data sets. It's about giving mariners for the first time the simplified, comprehensive view of the maritime event environment, helping them to navigate more safely and more efficiently. We expect these new first S100-based products and services to be carriage compliant from as early as 2026, beginning with the new technical generation of E&Cs using the S101 standard. And our teams at the UKHA are working on re-scheming our GB E&C coverage to support that smooth transition to the new standard. In fact, many of those S100 datasets, as well as other new data products and services, are actively being tested and trialled in readiness for deployment, such as upcoming trials on our new digital sailing directions. And last year, the UKHA worked with the Port of London Authority to lead a real-world sea trial of the S102, which, if you're not sure, is the bathymetric surface. We work closely with pilots in London to test and explore how the data standard could help alleviate the challenge of navigating in narrow port passages. They were hugely successful. We learned an awful lot with the feedback that we got from pilots, and it was really important for us to be looking at that trial and see the operational value of these future data sets. And with that in mind, we've got more trials planned looking at other S100 standards, which you would have seen in the video, but the S104, which is tidal, water levels, S111, which is surface currents, and really looking at what the operational value and how they can support maneuverability, planning, etc. within the port. So you can see there's lots of developments underway, and they're all enabled by data and digitalization. And we're excited to continue this collaboration with ports and wider partners as we head towards the next chapter of digital navigation. And I just wanted to end on one note, which is the importance of collaboration. Because whether we're working together to support sustainability or testing the next generation of navigational solutions, we're only able to do this because of valuable partnerships that we hold with ports, data suppliers and other organizations, manufacturers, etc. Because when dealing with data, we believe collaboration is key, particularly if we as an industry are looking to leverage this data to unlock efficiencies and reduce emissions. There's no doubt that we are stronger together. By pooling our expertise and insight, we'll be able to move with the speed and agility necessary to support the evolving needs of the industry against the backdrop of challenges it faces. And I think events like these are, with the wide range of organisations and expertise in the room today, are testament to that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Paul, for that interesting presentation. And I think we all agree that it's essential to have collaboration, and also we are stronger together. All the data that we use, that we collect, is important for shipping, and shipping, I think, relies on data coming from the services of the hydrographic officers. Our next speaker, just before I continue, can you guys please ensure that you scan the QR code so that you can post your questions for the end of the session? Thank you. So the next one on data decisions is expanding horizons of real-time data. We have Sarah Cockcroft from OceanWise. And Sarah is an experienced oceanographer with 15 years of experience of collecting and managing mid-ocean data. She has spent the majority of her career working in the coastal and offshore wind sectors, from progress within Fugro MU from graduate to management level, and brought that experience and eye for detail to OceanWise in November 2023. At OceanWise, Sarah has quickly become an essential member of the team and draws on her wide range of skills to manage the day-to-day running of the monitoring business stream, including project management, business development, site skills, installations, and the ongoing management of the growing monitoring team. Over to you, Sarah. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the brief CV introduction there. Yeah, very excited to be here today in this amazing place and to talk to you about one of the things that OceanWise specialise in, and that's all to do with real-time metocean data. I realise the word metocean is missing from the title, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. So I'm going to start with, if I can work this, a brief introduction to OceanWise, for those of you that don't know us. This is our first International Harbour Masters Association meeting, and so it's great to be here. Then I'm going to focus on the environmental monitoring side of it, real-time data, and the value of that data to you individually, but also as a community, and how we can play a part in that. And the image you can see on the screen there, it's one of our engineers installing one of our metocean systems out in the Turks and Caicos Islands, one of the more glamorous places that we get to go. They're not always that sunny. That's a very standard kind of metocean setup that we would install on a quayside or within a port. So who are OceanWise? We're a UK-based company, but work internationally, either directly or through our licensed partners. We're split loosely into 3 business areas. Environmental monitoring. That's the main focus of today, and that's the collection, the analysis, and the delivery of mostly real-time metocean data, the challenges of that and the possibilities that it also brings. Marine mapping side, so we produce some bespoke marine mapping products, and that's taking nautical chart data, also a whole host of other databases and putting them all together to create an easy online system for everyone to use. And then thirdly, the compliance section of the business, and that's our asset management systems that we put together for largely ports and harbours, and very important systems there to track all the assets, the maintenance schedules of those assets, the ownership of them, and where they are physically in space as well. So why is environmental monitoring important? Many reasons, in my opinion. And I think increasingly important as we push boundaries and try and capitalise on the assets that are already existing. Taking larger vessels, and as an example, you know, we all know they usually come with a greater draft, higher risk manoeuvres, and limited options of where they can go and what they can do. And that's an area where real-time water level data can make a real difference. You know, tidal predictions are very useful, but knowing your actual water level can really help in terms of changing plans or aborting plans if you're in a situation where actually the water level is 20, 30, 40 centimetres lower than you were expecting. That might make the difference between a safe aborted operation versus an accident. Then looking at the business intelligence point of view, when you've got this bank of metocean data, it really increases the understanding that you've got of your area and what works, what limitations you've got, and that all feeds into operational planning, optimizing your time and space, and making sure you get the most out of what you've got. And is it all more important with the current climate uncertainty that we've got? We are seeing increased storminess, things are a lot less predictable, and forecasts are very useful, but more and more we're seeing people having less trust in those forecasts, and that's largely to do with the climate uncertainty that we've got and climate patterns that we haven't necessarily seen before. So having the real-time data associated with that really helps to give people confidence in what's going on. So what metocean data am I talking about? Cecile's mentioned a lot of it already, but I'll run through it again as well. So tide, although that should really probably say water level, it's traditionally the most common marine parameter that we see measured. As I said, it's very valuable now in a real-time sense, but also in terms of predictions. So being able to track whether it's generally higher or lower than predicted obviously helps with the operational planning and making that more efficient. In terms of sensors to measure water level, we often use pressure sensors, radars, acoustics, lots of different sensors out there to measure water level in different environments, and level them all to a benchmark to make sure that data can be used against nautical charts for real-time depth data. Weather and meteorology is probably the second most common sensor and system that we use, and that can very much be tailored to the needs and risks of your port, of your area. We see that sensors are usually able to be located at the area of risk. So, for example, precipitation sensors near the grain jetties, wind sensors at the height of the crane operations, those kind of things. What we don't see so much of is a network of sensors away from those risk areas, which might increase the forecast in forecasts further afield, but also help within planning areas. Current data we're seeing increasingly asked for, and again I think that's largely due to pushing the boundaries and looking at getting these larger vessels in and around areas that historically they haven't been in. Sensors for current data collection, there are different ways of measuring it. Usually we look at either a cross-channel sensor, getting that data across a channel, so you'll see where your fastest currents are moving and what direction they're going in and when. But also buoy-mounted current sensors are very common if there's a nice safe place to install a buoy or attach that sensor to an existing buoy that's already there. You can also use radar to measure currents to some extent, especially surface currents, and you can get full radar systems that will feed those real-time surface currents in. Looking at waves, sometimes measured, not that commonly measured, but we are seeing it more now, and that's definitely one that's located at a risk area. For example, pilot boarding points. We're seeing a few ports now installing wave sensors at those locations. Just trying to work out where I am in my notes. So why are we talking about this? Can we help to make it happen? Can we help to make the most of the data that you've got? So I'll start by talking about the analysis side of this, and then move on to some of the other ones quickly. So the water level and the tide, that's a very easy one to make the most of it. Once you've got this tidal data, that data can feed into tidal predictions, and then the more data you've got, the more accuracy you're going to have on those predictions. Currents is the same. If you've got tidal flowing currents, you can analyse your current data and then be able to forecast your current flows, speed and direction associated largely with the tidal component of those currents. You can predict far into the future, which again will optimise that planning side of things. We've talked a bit about model validation earlier today with the DHI system. Again, this data can be fed into that, and either in real time or for a post verification. Also, the data can be used for fatigue analysis. So structures will have been built to a certain design life, 1 in 50-year wave or wind. And using this data, you can actually see what has happened and what that structure has actually been exposed to. On the positive side, it might well extend your design life of that structure, or worst case, you might have to reduce it if you've actually encountered worse situations than you're expecting. I've just briefly talked now about the others, which can be sort of joined up into a data sharing and collaboration side. It's something that we've heard talked about already today quite a lot. Who else could benefit from that data? The modelers, of course, academia, they love data. The data sets that exist out there in the world of ports and harbours is immense. Can they get their hands on it? Same for coastal planners and flood risk agencies, especially because they're in the coastal zone as well. The more data they've got, the more accurate that they can respond to potential flooding risks. And climate scientists, some of the data sets that are out there are very long in time, and they really give some really useful benefits to the climate scientists. Also, your neighbouring ports and harbours. That's okay. They will benefit from your data. It's only measuring the natural environment, so is it sensitive or could it be shared? You imagine a forecast not just based on your 5 sensors, but hundreds of sensors that are out there that are being paid for and being collected by your neighbouring ports and harbours. Well, I think I've covered that already. Very quickly, just rush through these last slides. So can we help make it happen? Hopefully, yes, through discussions, workshops, gap analyses. We're aware of potentially the wider marine industry and who else might benefit from these data sharing opportunities. We have the systems in place already through our Port Log API to be able to share that data as and when it's an option. So that's our Port Log data platform. That's what we generally show, all the MetOcean data that we collect on your behalf, and that feeds into the VTS systems, can be sent off to your pilots' PPUs and transmitted via AIS. Looking to make it all together into showing the real-time data against forecasts, and that's all I have time for. I've run over, sorry, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sarah. Sorry for speeding things up as we have time constraints. The next speaker is Kun Igamont and Kos Tubus. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, from Royal Hoskins. They are basically experts in ship hydrodynamics. I'll hand it over to you there. I won't read through the entire biography in the interest of time. And can you please wrap it up by 10 minutes? Then we'll have time for questions. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, between 2015 and 2021, the international group of P&I clubs received reports on 850 or even over 850 injuries and 31 fatalities related to mooring operations, mooring incidents. So that's quite a huge number, I would say. And of course, apart from the incidents resulting in injuries and fatalities, there are many moored vessel incidents that lead to material damage, to economic damage. Vessels breaking loose from quays due to wind, waves, currents, leading to damage to vessels, damage to key infrastructure, pollution, reputational damage, delays, you name it. So I believe that mooring and the safety and efficiency of mooring is a very, very relevant topic to discuss and to pay attention to, because there's a lot to gain there. My name is Koos Tubus. I'm the business owner of Smart Mooring, which is one of the ways to improve the safety and efficiency of moored vessel operations. And my colleague Koen, he's the product owner of Smart Mooring. So it's almost our personal ambition to contribute to the safety and efficiency of moored vessel operations. But before we dive further into this, I need to do the slides as well, of course. Well, this is just a couple of examples that you can find from practice. So a lot of incidents have happened also over the last months even. So before I dive further into the topic that we covered today, a bit about Royal Haskoning DHV. So Royal Haskoning DHV is a company, an independent company founded in 1881. We provide digital services, engineering, consultancy, technology services to our clients in order to enhance society together, because that is our mission, to enhance society together. Well, one of the business lines of our company is the maritime business line. Koen and I are both in that business line, so we provide, well, some examples are stated here. Developing sustainable maritime infrastructure, building a future-ready maritime strategy, and there are many more examples of what we do for the maritime sector. The incidents, the moored vessel incidents, are likely to happen more and more often in the nearby future. And that has mainly to do with three key trends that we do see in the maritime sector. So the first of it is the fact that vessels are becoming larger and larger. So larger vessels result in larger windage areas, mainly for vessels like container vessels, car carriers, cruise vessels. And larger lateral windage areas result in larger mooring forces. Then we need to consider climate change. Due to climate change, storm events become heavier, more intense, occur more frequent, and also appear outside the traditional storm seasons. And then the third key trend that we do see is the fact that old quay infrastructure remains in use. So quays and bollards are being used by vessels for which they were initially not designed for. So quite often, the bollard capacity might be the weakest link. Well, I've already shared that first statistics regarding the injuries and fatalities in the course of 6 years between 2016 and 2021. What I wanted to stress out here is also the fact that from the start of this year, new amendments to the SOLAS regulations came into place, resulting in at least this procedure that needs to happen. So it says, prior to commencing mooring operations, a thorough assessment of environmental conditions, including wind, tide, and swell, should be conducted to anticipate potential challenges. Well, that's nice, but the question is how? How should I do that? So, as a harbor master, the moored vessels can raise a lot of questions, like which vessels are most susceptible? There's a storm coming in a couple of days from now. What are the most susceptible berths? I have some mitigation measures that I can deploy, like motion dampers or tugs. But where should I apply those mitigation measures? So those questions are sometimes quite challenging to answer, and I think that is where our solution comes into place. I'm handing over to Koen.
Thank you, Koos. My apologies for not wearing a suit. I hope my presentation will be better than my ability of packing my bag. But to come back to the main question that Koos just raised, it is quite a difficult thing to assess as a harbor master which vessels in my port are at risk of breaking loose, which bollards are at risk of being forced past capacity, causing failure of bollards. And it all depends on a combination of certain aspects. If your vessel dimensions, the size of the vessel, but as Koos also mentioned, the lateral wind areas, displacements, and many more different aspects there. We've got the loading condition of the vessel. Your loaded vessels will react very differently to your environmental conditions than your ballasted or semi-loaded vessels will do. You have, of course, the environmental conditions that cause the situation to become unsafe. So you can have wind, waves, currents, passing vessels, water levels can be an issue here. So how do you combine all this into an insight that you can actually use in your operations? Well, in our opinion, for that, you can use smart mooring. Quick note on what smart mooring actually is. It's a software application that actively warns the terminal operator or ship captain for unsafe situations of a moored ship. We do that by combining weather predictions, metocean predictions, as also mentioned in the presentation before, is very valuable information for these types of decisions. And we combine it with calculations, with dynamic mooring analysis. A little bit more on that later. And why do we do it? Well, as Koos already mentioned quite clearly, we want to make vessel operations safer and more efficient by providing actionable insights to the decision makers, which can be ship captains, which can be terminal operators, but can also be you, the harbor masters. There is a video, so hope it works. On DMA, this is a small example of why we think DMA is so important. DMA, dynamic mooring analysis, really covers the full motion of the vessels when exerted by, for example, in this case, wind on a container vessel. So you have the different directions. Here you see in the same wind field 2 different container vessels, and you can clearly see that the one on the right on your screen is actually moving a lot. And this motion caused by the gusting of the winds, causing the big mass of those giant container vessels to be getting speed, can actually result in many much higher line forces and bullet forces than a static sum would be. 2 minutes. Okay, will do. Okay. So this is what we have in smart mooring. We combine these weather predictions with these dynamic mooring analyses. And here you can see on the bottom picture, it's actually part of Tanger Med Port. And you get an overview with the different berths in your port, and you get a different color button if something might be a problem in the next 3 or 5 days. What you can then do is you click on one of those berths, you go to the screen on the top, and there you can change your vessel type, loading conditions, etc. To check the vessels that you're interested in, and you can see in time what the line forces will be, what the maximum motions will be, maximum fender deflections will be, etc. But how to act on this? You will have a number of mitigation measures at your disposal. Some are quite basic, telling the captain to properly manage their winch if there's something that's close to critical in terms of mooring line forces. You can change the mooring configurations to better suit the conditions the vessel is encountering. You can add active motion damping systems, such as on the top left, short tension, and you can apply tugs to the vessel. I have no time to go in detail about this, so if you want, our colleague Alex is also here. He presented recently a few papers on this on the Pionk World Congress. He can tell you much more about this. I'm sorry, Alex, I was not aware the screen would be this big. So that would give you the following insight. This is a work in progress, it's not the final version, but that would give you a handy overview, not only where incidents might occur in the coming days, but also how to best distribute the available mitigation measures that you have at your disposal. As Ko said, as an industry, we have a shared responsibility for safety of everyone involved. Our part in that is that we can provide you with scientific insights to your day-to-day operations, which can help you increase safety without compromising on efficiency. It's not a fixed product. We're developing alongside with our clients. So based on your experience and feedback, we can improve the safety reports together. And therefore, I would also like to invite any of you who's interested to come up to Koos or me or Alex and request a free demo. We can set it up for you. And you can just have a feel what we offer. And also your feedback would be very much appreciated for us to further improve and develop this solution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Give them another round of applause, please. We have a couple of minutes. Can we just maybe do a couple of questions that we have here? First one is from Captain Magazi. Are we aware about the disruption of satellite services, GPS and communication, in brackets Russia war, Ukraine war? Do we have a plan to ensure the continuity of activities? I'm not sure who's it directed to. I'm assuming it's on the communication side of data exchange. The first, maybe. Or if any one of the other panel members want to take that, please. Cecil, thank you. The mic not working.
So, just to bring a bit of our experience, we have systems that we have installed and we're working with the hydrographic service of Georgia, so it's close to that region. Unfortunately, the system does not use satellite communication, it's based on Wi-Fi communication, but they do have GPS monitoring to monitor the mooring position of the oceanographic buoys, but also they have lanterns that are monitored also on buoys through GPS communication. And we have not, from them actually, we have not received any information, or I just was there last week and there was no information about that disrupting any GPS signal. So that's the only area that is close to Ukraine and Russia that we have experience with. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you very much for that, Cecile. The next question is from an anonymous. For OceanWise, do you have real-time data on swell, waves, and how this impacts terminal crane operations? And have you done this for Tanger Med?
something that can be linked together. And from our side, it's about making sure that that data gets to the right people, and that they're collecting it in the first place. I don't know if Cecile, you may have similar situations.
Same. Like if that affects crane operation, we have no experience, and we do have experience in measuring swell waves. That depends on the sensor that you're using to measure it. So that is possible, and then the application of the data, it depends of the user. But that's something that that can be required when you're studying waves. So if you work with institution or doing research on wave, this is like one of the parameters that might be looking into.
Thank you very much for that response. We have time for one last question from Gary. I think it's moving away now. It's changed. Okay, when will we see S100 in regular use? That's for the hydrographic office.
Thanks, Gary. Put me on the spot. Regular use, I think, let's be honest, sometime. I think if we talk about regular use, that being, all, the vessels, ECDIS mandated vessels as we have at the moment, using S100, then it is likely to be some time off, because I think we're all aware that the shipping industry transitioning into new equipment and things is costly and doesn't happen. What I think we will see, though, is a future reasonably soon, as I mentioned, 2026 being carriage compliant, new vessels coming on board with that kind of equipment that can take advantage of the S100. But also outside of vessels, the benefits that pilots, ports and other operators in the maritime environment, should we say, can get from using S100. So I think, probably dodged the question there. Regular use, not sure, sometime, but I think we'll be seeing, and as an office, we're certainly planning that in the next few years we'll be producing the current digital, future digital, and paper, as we do now still, to support all segments of the sector.
Thank you very much for the response. And if any other questions, you can take it up with the presenters during your tea break. Right now, we will simply like to thank the speakers and present the gifts. Captain Kamal, would you please step forward? Thank you. Yeah, the gifts. Thank you. I'm not sure if they have any particular order, so it's fine. You, the speakers, you can please proceed. Give them a last hand, last land, last. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody else as well. Please be back at 15:35 sharp, so that we can. But you're not dismissed yet. Hang on. Let them get the gift first. Thank you very, very much. We'll see you guys after tea, coffee break for session 3 for port call optimization. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to session 3. We will start with a video from Ayala, Francis. And the topic for session 3 is port call optimization. And I think that Port of Tanger Med is a very good setting for this topic. It's a beautiful port, and but most importantly a smart port. منها جميل جدا بين الجبال والبحر، وهذا مهم، ميناء ذكي. So that was my school Arabic explaining why I think port call optimization is important in this setting. and I have in my port of Gothenburg, used the team from Tanger Med in developing our scheme for protocol optimization. And this weekend we had our first maiden call of a product tanker with just-in-time arrival schedule. And in the process for the just-in-time, Tanger Med has been a role model. So thank you for that. So with the help of the technical staff, I think it's time for the video first, and then we have our speakers.
Dear friends and colleagues at IHMA, I am truly honored to give you this short welcome remark at your Congress. I cannot be with you. I'm in a hotel room in Florida for a conference, but I have participated several times in your events and enjoyed the good company among friends, and I have always left with lots of knowledge and inspiration. This year, your Congress is in beautiful Tanger in Morocco, and I can strongly recommend a bit of tourism in the area if you have the time. Last year, Morocco was the host of the IALA World Marine Aids to Navigation Day in Tanger, with a special celebration of the Heritage Lighthouse of the year, the Cap Spartel Lighthouse. This is not to be missed, with its spectacular position overseeing the two oceans and with the interesting museum. I have seen you have a full program with many interesting presentations that I'm very, very sorry to miss. They remind me of the excellent cooperation between IHMA and IALA, based on the Memorandum of Understanding we signed many years ago. We often also enjoy your members' contribution to our technical work. Our cooperation is truly complementary and very, very important. IALA deals with aids to navigation, including VTS, and especially the shore infrastructure and service provided by the maritime authorities to the maritime sector. This is often in and around the port and in close cooperation with the harbor authorities. VTS is a chapter for itself. We often call VTS for the front office for e-navigation, and there is little doubt that VTS will play an even stronger role in the future with larger and more complex ships. Harmonization of digital innovation is another important subject that IHMA and IALA can work more closely, and especially the S100 data product specifications. I look forward to explore these areas more in the future. With these few words, I would just like to wish you a successful Congress and thank you very much for the excellent cooperation between IHMA and IALA. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Francis. I will present the presenters without further ado, because I think we're running on a quite tight schedule. But I would like to remind you to use the Slido provided earlier with a QR code, so you can ask questions, and hopefully we can round off with some good questions and discussions, propelling the topic further. And protocol optimization, I think it's a beautiful way of approaching a lot of different difficulties and problems we see in a port. It's many birds in one stone. You have reduced emissions and you have efficiency, and by using prediction, you also get more safer operations. So first off, I would welcome a port that has come far in that respect. Captain Kamal Rahmas, welcome, Harbour Master Tanger Med.
So sorry, where is so good afternoon, distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome in Tanger Med Port. So I am delighted to present to you the experience, the ample experience of Tanger Med Ports in port call optimization. My presentation starts with the current situations in our ports is our traffic is growing every year, and for the forecast that the traffic will grow more and more. So this is why we'll have some complications that will maybe that the growing of the port calls that will create the bottlenecks in our ports and also insatisfaction for the clients. And this is the question why our port is the fourth efficiency in according to the ranking of the prestigious ranking of the World Bank and SD Global and Market Intelligence, and how that we can deal with the growing of the traffic in the future. So our value is the customer centricity, and I will try in my presentation to share with you the daily work of the Harbour Master Office related to the port call optimization. So we start my presentation with some figures. Is that our port was mentioned in 2007. Our port is located in the center of Strait of Gibraltar, which is the second in terms of the traffic density in the maritime trade east-west. But after the struggling in the Red Sea, we discovered that we are also in the center of the world in the north-south in the maritime trade. So our port is composed of 8 terminals with 4 deep draft container terminals, and we have hosted last year more than 17,000 port calls, which means more than 34,000 vessel moves. We have also more than 1,200 port calls of mega containers vessels. For the maritime resources, which is very important for the efficiency of the ports, we have done last year more than 16,000 tag jobs. So before to start the implementations of the port call optimization in our port, we start with the data-driven policy, which is very necessary to know the problems or the reason of delay the vessel before for the whole port call process from the arrival of the vessel on road till the sailing. And according to the data-driven, we found that we have a lot of problems to solve in order to optimize the port call. And we have found some lack communications between terminals and the port authority, also the availability of the resources, maritime resources, the facilities, and etc. And we understand that we must check a lot of things, but the configurations of the port is very important for any expansions, and also the human resource, human capital in our ports, and also the digitalizations, and we need some tools that we can help us to make these decisions in order to optimize the process. So as you see in our business model in the picture in the black, the business model of Tanger Med Ports in 2002, that the passenger port was included in the container port. But after the collect of the data driving of all information, we understood in 2007 that we cannot work in this way, because we take this in considerations. This is the reason, as we know, between the traffic of passengers between Tanger Med and Algeciras, that we have more than 50 departures per day. So the journey circle for the container ports that will be all times occupied, that this is not really a good idea in the first, but the management and the flexibility of the management and the agility, we understood that we must build another port dedicated only for the passenger traffic, as you see in the pictures. And this is why we consider that for any port expenses or the investment project, we must take into considerations the portfolio optimization. The second point, which is very important, is you know that the harbor master is working from Monday to Friday from 9 o'clock to 5 p.m. But the port is working 20 hours a day and 7 days a week. That we must have qualified nurses, marine officer on duty that can able to take the decision in order to improve the safety and security and the environment considerations, and also in order to manage the best scenario for the management of the port. The points after the data driven, and we did a lot of a meeting with the workforce, with the terminals, with all stakeholders in the port in order to understand the partners' need, and Tanger Med after invest highly for the digital solutions and the platform in order to provide the users with the confidence and the transparency. This is why our solutions it's connected with the ports community system, with the terminals, with the service provider, with the agents, with all the community in the port. And after that, we've taken also the lead, because the port authority must take the lead and to help all the company and the agents and all small company that to be able to communicate with us in order to share the informations or in our digital informations, which is for us it's very important because we are sharing the reliable informations in order that we can have good predictions, accurate predictions. Our system digital solution on ports help us also that we have a direct vessel communications, that we can exchange data with the vessel captain. Their EGDIS or lady planer is connected, but after that we understand that it is not enough. And this is why we extend our digital information in order to have direct communications with the vessel of fleet operators or any representative of the shipping, focused to have a reliable data exchange. And now Tanger Med is working with our IT about that to improve in order to have the pushed information in the real time in API integrations, and we are working with the major shipping line like same messaging and others. Another point which is very important and Tanger Med take into consideration is the maritime resources to serve the vessels. So this is Tanger Med. We must ensure the availability of tax, pilots, pilot board. For the tax, Tanger Med have more than 9 tax, 5 in Tanger Med 2 and 4. And according for the next generations, we are investing a lot with the company Buluda and Switzerland, that Buluda that will have more than 2 tags in the future months. Switzerland will add. So this is that we must have the ability that the tag must wait to the vessel during the approach, not the vessel with the tags. And also that the crews of the tags is really qualified, that we have only the captain, seagoing, chief engineering, first class. The same story for the pilots, that we have the qualified persons in the ports, in number, also qualifications and the training that can help in order to reduce each step for the whole process of the port. So Tanger Med have the efficiency-oriented investment on the last technology to handle the large vessel globally. So this is just for an example. It is one tool as presented before by Seaports, but it's not the least. But we must use all tools that can help us to make decisions for us. So as you know that we are in the Strait of Gibraltar, harsh conditions as mentioned before, that we have strong currents, strong wind. So we need that we must inform the biggest vessel coming to the largest vessel coming to the port with the big drafts for the right slot window for safe berthing, which can help us in order to inform the vessel before and to arrive of the vessel at the right time and to respect just in time and to berth at arrival. This tool that can also allow for us that we can receive or host the vessel till the 17.4 meter draft without dredging. 17.4 meter, it's very important because the draft of the canal shears is 17.4. So we can receive all vessel from the world. One point to figure out, which is very important, is the close collaborations with main personnel, which a terminal, that is, we need that we have direct communications, data exchange between the terminal and the port authority, because we need to have all information about the progress of the commercial operations 2 hours, 3 hours before the end, in order to prepare also our resource and also to allow that the vessel sail in the same time. And in order to respect the just in time for arrival, we must before respect just in time, because as you see now in the port, that the port is all time occupied and the berth is occupied. Other point it's very important that we can add, it's the implementations of innovative solutions. So Tanger Med encourage terminals to the implementations of innovative solutions like short tension and cabotage. Why? Because we need a better productivity, because the port call optimizations is a holistic approach, is the whole port call process that and the better productivity that we can accurate data for reliable exchanges with the vessels, because we need to accurate the predictions in order to have the best scenario for the berthing of the vessels. So this is an example of the last communication with the unmasked port call just in time, that we have used all tools in the port, the underkill clearance, the booking priority, because we have a system of the booking priority in our port, the communication between the terminal and the vessel and all stakeholders and the port, and the results that the vessel berthed in time. Sorry. Okay, so I will finish. So the results that just the result for the implementation of the protocol optimization in 2017, even that we have 2,500 have hosted 2,500 vessels calls in the port. The waiting time is 8 hours, but after the implementations of protocol optimizations, even that we have hosted more than 4,000 in 2023, we have reduced the waiting time from 8 hours to 2 hours. The same story for the anchorage area. We have used the anchorage area in 2017. More than 800 vessels have used the anchorage area. In 2023, only 140 vessels have used the anchorage area. And also the same story, the waiting time reduced from 17 hours to 7 hours. So the future is how to accurate the information and the data exchange between all stakeholders of the ports, and also how to predict the best scenario. So the solutions is we must use the AI and the machine learning for the future. So Tanger Med are working for that. So the last slide. So to conclude, so if you see that the protocol optimization have a positive impact for Tanger Med, because if we consider that if we, for the largest vessel, in only 25 minutes that we can reduce the consumption just on road for 2 tons, if you consider the numbers of coal in our ports, more than 17,000, those just for the last year, we have reduced more than 20,000 metric ton of the consumptions in our area, without counting for the economic speed before the arrival of the vessel, because we have a good planning in our port. So this is our participation for the sustainability of the activity, for the shipping activity. And this is, of course, that results that the fleet operator and have also the cost saving in terms of reducing of the consumption. So sorry, at the end, I wish you a fruitful and enlightening experience during stay at Tanger Med.
So without further ado, I would like to present the next speaker, who has been an enabler for port call optimization, and I believe also collaborated with Tanger Med. Please welcome Olga Davlatalieva.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and it's an honor to speak right after Captain Kamal. So today, what we are going to talk about is the topic is bridging the digital communication gap. And our experience, you can call it marine adventure as well, with the port of Tanger Med. So before we start, I just want to say a few words about Portsmouth. So we've been 190 years in business already, more than 17,000 employees. As our Vice President of Port Services would like to say, it's a small startup. But we are operating more than 200 locations in 70 countries. You probably know us better about our, I didn't change the slide, in our energy business and ship business simulators, fleet optimization solutions. But in addition to that, we're also producing the port management information systems, PCS, as well as the vessel traffic and systems and more. And I will introduce it in a bit. So we have more than 350 installations all over the world, including the 3,500 users. And our system is sold in the port of Tanger Med, which is the very first one in the list, and we are very honored and very proud of being here. Associated British Ports and Port of Dover in UK. Southern Ports in Australia, representatives of the pilotage authorities and pilot organizations and Port Authority in Canada. Qatar Energy, one of the largest energy facilities in the world, and Porto do Sul in Brazil. And there is much, much more, but all 350, they just did not fit on this list. But without further ado, let's proceed to what is the port ecosystem. So we can call it a port ecosystem or a single window, but mainly what it means is that the digitalization for its own sake doesn't really give you that much advantages. So the main focus here, it's not just on the digitalization, but to bridge this communication gap between the different stakeholders, integrate systems and people. And in addition to that, sounds amazing, integrating systems and people, it's also a very valuable and essential part in port optimization. Optimizing operations, improving efficiencies, and enhancing overall port performance. So as you've seen, so this is basically the list of the system that we installed in the Port of Tanger Med. It's the Port Management Information System, which is what it started with, together with the VTS. But then we increased our scope during our implementation, in implementing the Port Community System, mobile applications, GIS map, and integrations with the ERP and TOS. And you've already seen some screenshots of our system during the video, and just right now during Captain Kamal's presentation as well. But so integrations are great, right? Because we are involving all of the stakeholders, it's marine agents, it's shipping lines, it's terminal operators, and this is how we want to move on. But what are the other benefits? Why would you want to change something in your port that was working for many years? So the main key things here are, it's digitalizing automated processes. With initiatives of the single window, with the digitalizing operations, just in time, new green digital corridors. If you don't have the digital system, you cannot really proceed with it. So while digitalizing and automating those operations, it also allows you to have this leap of faith, basically, and trying to see, are your workflows in the port really optimal, or there is something that can be eliminated that is already redundant, and you can improve it and implement the system that really adjusted to the current, usually always changing world. And while Streamlining those processes, this is how you can enhance your customer experience. Instead of emailing or doing phone calls, they can go to the website and submit their request. They can see all the changes. You will see the information that is all the time up to date, and all the stakeholders that are required to see this information and allowed to, they will be able to see this within the real-time data exchange. And it can be done either between people, system to system, or system to person as well. While you have all this information and all this data, then it allows you to make informed decisions. The more information you have, the better you can prepare for the port optimization, the better you can schedule your resources, and it also allows the AI and machine learning to use this data, high quality data, to then have you the decision, give you the decision support tools, and allows you to basically rely on this at some level while still making decisions on your own. So, and with this quite high quality data, you can build amazing KPIs and analytics. What does it allow you to do is, in this case, you can see clearly the pain points. So if the vessels are delayed, what is the reason? Is it on the terminal side? Is it the resources? Or is it something else? Is it the weather conditions? And with the KPIs, you can clearly see, and this is how you can increase the efficiency overall in your port. On the next slide. Of course, there's no benefits without the challenges. On this slide, we don't see only the specific Tanger Med experience, because the very first part, the change management, is a lot of the stakeholders with the new systems, they are reluctant to change. But this is something that we did not see in Port of Tanger Med, because all the stakeholders, internal and external, were always open to a change, to adopt, to really grow together with the world and with the port. There is always a scope evolution, and this is normal. You don't know what you don't know. So until you really start implementing, you don't know how many processes you actually have in people's heads or in the emails or phone calls, which you don't even consider while you're preparing the RFP. So, and automation. The more things you want to automate from the beginning, the harder it will be. So this is something that to be considered is a taken step by step probably. Stakeholders engagement. Again, Tanger Med is one of the very unique examples where we have engagement from the terminal operators, tug service providers, all the departments in the Port of Tanger Med, as well as the service provider from bunkering and other services. And as we mentioned before, this is where we are working with the CMA, CGM, and Myers vessels, together with the shipping lines, to bring the vessels just in time and moving forward with them with the API concept. So even though we thought that we had a great solution when we started working with Tanger Med, but once we went through, we realized there is so much more that we can do, and we started working on it together, co-developing the product that was built together with the ports, and actually allowing you to see this perspective. It's not just a software company building a software. It's something that is done with the experience of one of the most efficient ports in the world. So wide integration of a wide range of integration points. While it's always good to have this, there's always some gaps where how advanced the solution on the other side is, how good it is, all the data mapping, master data elements, and so and so. So, but again, the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And with the use of the machine learning and predictive analytics, in order to make it right, you need to have good data. So until good data is there, it's garbage in, garbage out. So this is just time to take and really collect this data and moving forward. So next slide. And Captain Kamal already explained to you and told you a lot about the just-in-time solution. The screenshot that you see here is the Navi planner with the Kobe Express that was a few years ago. And the latest solution was with the Anne Myers as well. And what we are doing is that we're moving forward with the same ACGM and Myers, as I mentioned before, together with them on the API solution and working on the green digital corridors together with the Singapore, Rotterdam, and much more. So there will be more news about this, so please, I will keep you posted. So the next part is the data exchange examples. So I will not read the full text, try to keep it just on time. So basically, this is just a small list of the integration that can be done. It's more as a reference that for you that there are many, many things that you can involve, that you can bring together. And sharing the data, it's one of, I've been asked by Paul yesterday, so what is your main message? What do you want to bring? Like the collaboration and sharing the data. And I know that this might be a pain point for the ports because it's always been in one small place, but now it's, you need to open up, not all the information, but something that you can share. Sharing is caring. But in this case, we need to just put it together because without it, there is no digital corridors. There is no port call optimization if you're not willing to provide the data. And the result, one of the results of this data exchange is the integration with the terminal operating systems. So this is the specific example of how the integration can improve a daily life of the marine agent as well as the port operations. So in this case, that all the burst plans data are consumed, even in the PMIS, and once agent is submitting the vessel visit request, they are actually receiving the list of what belongs to them, and they can proceed with already pre-filled information while just adding a few things. And then they can request the change, and the terminal can be involved and informed about this as well, of course. The next slide is the user-friendly interface. So there are several screens depending on your needs. So for some end users, if it's a VTS officer, he just needs to see all the information at a glance, but very concise and visible with the key points. For some, like this screen, it's not devoted for the VTS officer because there is way too much information on one screen. But if you're overviewing and you want to see the status of the specific call with the priority, with what stage the vessel is right now. So this gives you a very nice summary without going to multiple pages and trying to click all over the place. So the next slide is the key modules. Of course, the core system of the port management is the booking request, pre-arrivals, information, and departures. So while it's all filled in, this is what gives you all these details. All the logs are tracked. You can see when it was changed. You can check the reliability of the agent. How does he update the information? Does he provide the accurate one? Compare the ETAs with the actual times of arrivals, and on and on and on. It gives you really, really a lot of the details that you can use further on. Just have 2 more slides left. So the electronic service requests, ability to engage your stakeholders or even the internal team to manage the service application requests for the bunkering or permits for diving, swimming, whatever. So anything like that, it's endless list of the service application that can be done. And slide, for some reason, is different, but it's okay. So, and this is the service requests that I just was talking about, the list, and the reports, dashboards, and KPIs. So as I mentioned, by having all this data, all this information, you can always analyze and see what are your top agents, top terminals, where are the delays, how many anchorages, stops there are usually, or in different time of the year, or for different vessels, or to different terminals the vessels are going to. And that's not it. So it's to be continued. We are working with the Tanger Med.
Thank you, Olga. And I would like to introduce another enabler and a service provider, perhaps a competitor to Wärtsilä, Björn Koster from Kongsberg. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for having us here. The possibility to present at the IHMA. Very much appreciated. So I'm Björn Koster from Kongsberg. As many probably know, Kongsberg is a large global provider to the maritime industry. It's both on the ship side and also on the shore side. So on the shore side, we've been with providing VTS and port management systems since the early beginning of such systems, and we are still developing further, of course. So today I have an opportunity to talk about the technology challenges and opportunities with port call optimization. So I'll have a little bit of a different approach on the previous speaker and focus more on the maritime side of it. So okay. So there are many technology challenges. So I was preparing this, I was really thinking what's important from our perspective. So this is from a Kongsberg perspective and an industry perspective. So we have selected 4 different challenges. Connectivity, specifically connectivity between ship and shore, also standardization. I have technology on board the ships and technology in the ports. And why are these some challenges? They could also be mentioned as barriers by some, but connectivity is really, if you're far out from sea, you basically have satellite communication to communicate with. And if you're closer to sea, you traditionally use analog radio communication. And why is this difficult? Yeah. With the digital sharing of information, this will be a challenge. And by using analog radio communication within port areas, for example, Singapore, it's really congested radio communication. It's also a lot of misunderstandings, a lot of different dialects, and making it digitally will not solve all of it, but it will improve service considerably. But this is something we need to overcome. Standardization, of course, if some ships have a Wärtsilä system and some have a Kongsberg VPS and maybe another system involved, really standardization is key. And at the moment, there are many ports having their own systems. There are many ships having their own technology, and we are really lacking the standardization at the moment. So there is a tremendous effort being done on standardization, both in IMO, IALA, IHO. So it's really a lot happening, but it's still a challenge, and it's for technology developers a little bit 2 steps forward and 1 step back. So we are continuously developing and inventing standards in parallel. So on the ship side, some services might be dependent on new technology on board the vessels, or at least access to technology through online portals or so. Many vessels have a long lead time. They are used for a long time, and they are not modernized that quickly. So this will take time. We also have the same situation on smaller vessels, which might not have digital technology at all. You have small shipping vessels, small fishing vessels, and so on, which some ports are not relevant, in other ports are really a key safety issue. So it's both. And finally, you have the port technology. And even if we see ports like Tanger Med here, where you have new systems, modern system, and very forward-thinking, there is a lot of ports with still using Excel or even manual boards, as some speaker earlier today also mentioned. Still have these boards with physical units you move around. So it's a lot out there, and it's challenges, but that also quickly brings us to what are the opportunities. And so again, from a Kongsberg perspective, we have selected 3 major opportunities. And one is the maritime digital services, and especially related to port call, of course, route exchange, and ETA, RTA update is key to enabling just-in-time arrival. So route exchange, for example, there we do have a standard for route exchange, but standardization is not only the data standard, it's also how are you going to use it? So I had the opportunity to participate at the last IALA committee meeting, and there the discussion is a lot on how, or we are preparing a guideline on how to do the operational use of route exchange or maritime digital services as a whole. And on the other side, there are also a technology group doing the same. And I have to say the discussions were intense, and it's still a lot of work to do. And really the key to make this happen is keep it simple and do the small things first. Just exchange a route and see how it works, and then build on these small steps. Also would like to mention the Maritime Safety Information Service, so sharing MSI info digitally. It's really a good thing related to safety, but safety also gives optimized voyages and just-in-time arrival in a way. So that's something you can do if you have a digital means of communication. So how do you do this communication? We in Kongsberg, together with Wärtsilä and Saab, we established another link. And another link is a consortium and a system made on the concept from the Maritime Connectivity Platform. It uses the identity register and service register. The identity register is really who is asking for the service and who is providing the service. So we make it secure, you know who you're talking with. And the service provision is, of course, what services are available. And by using another link as a sort of hub between the different services, you really make interoperability between different suppliers possible in a standardized way. I think it's quite unique that different competitors go together and establish something which can be for the best of all of us, so to say. Finally, we also have the VHF data exchange system, or VDES. And my colleague Kato here brought this box here, so I just wanted to show it to you, and if you have more questions on it, you're more than happy to come to our exhibition booth. So the point with VDES, as you probably know, is the possibility to share more data digitally by radio means instead of internet means and so on. So, and why is that important for protocol optimization? As another speaker earlier today before lunch presented the concept of just-in-time, it's all about updating ETA and RTA in a continuous way. And how do you do that if you're further out to sea and you don't have radio access? And VDES on satellite is one possibility. And that's what we are going to try out in a project we have started together with a lot of partners. The project is called Dynaport, and it's an EU-funded project with the goal to optimize voyages and to reduce time at anchorage and to get more efficient traffic management. Of course, the outcome of that is to reduce fuel consumption and to increase port efficiency with at least 10%. So that's the goal of the project. And of course, we are one of the partners, and we do this together. And there will come much more information on Dynaport. It has just started, and one of the tests Kongsberg will do is to do a full integration with VDES, satellite-based ETA, RTA updates, and that's an integrated solution between port and ship. Yeah, so just as a final note, this is the Dynaport project. It's quite extensive, so I won't go into any details, but I recommend you go into the website and have a look, and look out for further presentations on it in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Björn. Now we have our final speaker. We're a little bit late on the time schedule. Do we have any questions here? How have the recent attacks in the Red Sea affected trade, and how do you measure the waiting time at anchorage? How do you measure the waiting time at anchorage? Perhaps it's a question for Tanger Med to answer. How is it measured?
The recent attack in the Red Sea affected the trade. So since the first attack
in the Red Sea on November 2023. So we see that this is the opportunity for the Tanger Med, because as mentioned before that we are located in the east-west, but we discovered that we are in the north-south. But the problem for us is more traffic and more responsibility to manage the efficiency in our ports. So we have recorded that we have more than 100,000 moves in the terminal handled more than the normal situations. And we understood also that we are the gate of the Mediterranean Sea from the west road. Of course, we have lost some traffic directly to South of America, but if you consider, if you compare it with the traffic with the Mediterranean Sea, that we are in the positive situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we let out the final speaker, Mr. Ben van Scherpenzeel, I would like to give some practical information. At 5 o'clock p.m. prompt, there is transportation to Tanger, sponsored by RightShip, and the official cocktail reception at the Table de Marché, sponsored by Cavotec. Transport for that leaves at 7 p.m. And you need to have the ticket. If you haven't received it, you can ask the staff here. And transport for day 2 leaves tomorrow at 7:45 just so you have that information before the session ends. And with that, I would like to present Ben van Scherpenzeel, who has been a mentor for me also, along with Tanger Med, for the protocol optimization work. And he will highlight why it's important now to not build a unique solution. I sometimes need to stress that within my own organization, that we don't have a unique solution. We don't want a unique solution. We need to adapt because the shipping lines want to have the same standards and procedures in all different ports. So go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Frederick. Salam alaikum. Ana mazroor بجودي في Tanger Med. شكرا لتها بولكم معنا. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to return to Tanger Med, and thank you very much for your collaboration. I am Ben van Scherpenzeel. I represent the International Task Force Protocol Optimization. It's a group of people with hands-on expertise in ports and shipping. And the ports in our network have been selected by the shipping lines, so important ports for their business, like Singapore, Houston, Tanger Med, Gothenburg. They have been selected by the shipping lines because they think this is important to do. The first call to action came from the shipping industry, from Maersk Line, during a congress of the Harbour Master Association, followed 5 years later by a call to action from the IMO to member states to improve the data availability and quality in the ship-port interface. Again followed by the CII, which even pushed more protocol optimization because the CII is an energy efficiency label for ships. So if you sail fast and then wait, your label goes down. It's that simple. So our group has a very small and very strong focus on ship movements, berth to berth, and there it stops. Of course, the cargo movement door to door is as important. So it's related, but it's not our field of expertise. We focus on berth to berth, so our scope is small. And we have a global perspective. So like Frederick already said, our partners like Shell, like Maersk Line, MSC, they operate ships in a network of 8,000 ports. Every day, they have about 100 ships minimum per shipping line in 100 different ports. And how can they operate those ships safe, efficient, and environmental friendly if all those ports have different standards, depths, times, etc. But you all know, again, like the other speaker already said, per port, we also have a network. In every port, we have the network of terminals, nautical services, pilots who make the port call efficient. So if you do not reach out first to the local network, you cannot reach out to the international network of ports. So again, it is really basics first. We have looked at the 3 data sets that are key for port call optimization, how to navigate the vessel, the ship berth compatibility check based on nautical data, the operational data, arrival and departure times, and the administrative data to clear the ship for port authorities, port health, or customs. Those 3 data sets have been demonstrated at the IMO Fall Convention last April to demonstrate that 2 ports in the east and the west, Singapore and Rotterdam, can connect their data sets for all 3 of them based on international standards for the International Hydrographic Organization, the IHO, for the nautical data set, the operational data based on IMO, International Maritime Organization, and the administrative data, again, on International Maritime Organization. But the 3 data sets all are connected through the IMO compendium of IMO. So in the end, it is one data model that we use to demonstrate. Again, the nautical data. Are we talking about the same berth? And this sounds very simple, and you may wonder, why did this take 10 years? Just to give you a very small example, the definition of a berth did not exist yet. So after 5,000 years of shipping, we have a quite flat learning curve. And now all of a sudden we realize we need to identify what is a terminal, what is a berth, what is a berth position, what is a berth pocket. And all those very basic data elements had to be handed in at the Commission for standardization of ISO 1 by 1. Same applies to arrival times and departure times. We only had arrival time defined. Not even is it arrival time at the berth. Is it arrival time at the pilot boarding place? If it is arrival time at the berth, which berth? Again, nothing was defined, and departure time was not defined at all. We are coming from a long, long way. And then finally, the IMO forms how to declare your ship using the basic elements of IMO full form number 1, the general declaration. Again, it was a long way to go. So how does this tie in with IMO ambitions? The IMO ambition is to create a global network of ports where we have a simplified and standardized process to identify, can the ship physically make it to the berth, when is the berth available, and do we get clearance to go or not. The IMO perspective is to reach out to ports in less developed countries. They have made a circular letter to all member states worldwide, and the first ports already applied to be part of the just-in-time arrival concept worldwide. Also Europe, they have their European projects, a lot of funds. Again, of course, the focus is on European ports, but the focus is the same. Now, we have, by this time, multiple port call optimization initiatives. We have Chainport, we have Dynaport, we have Digital Corridor, we have Mission, we have the guys from Green Voyage, etc. And all are doing something in different directions. So we truly said, this is the time that those ports that already implemented just-in-time arrivals are being interviewed. What are your key challenges? Because the data format, again, now is simple. But implementation to reach out to terminals, to make the data sharing agreement with terminals or with local service providers. How do you engage them? How do you bring them together? How do you connect? That is not so easy. And all those experience of those ports we like to collect during the interviews that we are holding this Congress and put it together, put it on the table the 3rd of July when we come together in Rotterdam and discuss which port call optimization initiative is in the best position to tackle the key challenges of ports, address them, and make sure that within 1 year we have a key result to help ports to move forward, including a just-in-time arrival implementation guide based on the experiences and the feedback that we collect this Congress. Gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, the other way around. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to all your input this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And exemplary use of time. Now we have some extra time in the schedule. Do we have any questions for the panelists? Adil?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for coming in Tanger Med and welcome in Tanger Med Port. First of all, I have one remarks, and after that we have one question. First remark, I want to share with you also the vision of the protocol optimization. It's first, you have to share the same vision with the top management. It's the case in Tanger Med. You have to have also with you the digital team, the IT team. It's of course the case. You have dedicated team as the Harbor Master team, and especially thanks to maritime operation team. But the most important, in my opinion, if you remember, Frederick, you asked me a question, me and Hisham, about what is the first step for protocol optimization. I answer you, it's to have excellent relation with terminals. If you don't have a very excellent cooperation with a win-win approach with the terminal, you cannot succeed in the protocol optimization process. This is very important just to share with the audience. My question to Mr. Ben. Mr. Ben, I know that in the protocol optimization, you are the expert. In my opinion, you are the best one. But many years you are working together with ports, with associations, a lot of effort done. But in your opinion, why the protocol optimization ship didn't take underway sea speed? Why? What is the reason why the protocol optimization didn't achieve what we want from the day one? What is the bottleneck, the real bottleneck to achieve what was planned? I know that you are doing a great effort, very great effort, but I want from your side, as you are the expert, what is the reason why we didn't achieve what was planned before? Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Adil. And again, also it also is a pleasure to work with you and your team all the way along. And indeed, shipping lines are, of course, calling at 8,000 ports worldwide. And with all respect, if 3 or 4 ports have the possibility to reduce speed, it's not for them a real mover to change equipment on board. So, considering the fact that 95% of the vessels at sea are chartered vessels with only minimum SOLAS equipment on board, it will not happen anytime soon either, unless we as ports offer a proper network of port optimization. Then it makes sense to invest in new equipment to have real-time data on board. For the time being, we have to connect 2 ships as we do today for the ship's email system through the ship agent, because his email address is green-listed in the system of the ship. But I totally agree with you that by the time we have our proper network, also shipping needs to act.
Thank you for that reply and a great question, Adil. I would like now, because of time reasons, to proceed to the next step in the agenda, which is to give the presentators their gifts at the... sorry, I missed a question.
Sorry, thank you very much. Belated. Excellent presentations. One, come at this from a welfare point. We've been talking very much about just in time. commercially, and that's absolutely right and right on the money. For the crew, is there any provision for just in time, when the ship ties up, is there anything that the ports can do so that the crew can get off the ship, go ashore, have some downtime to come back before they sail again? Many ports actually exclude, and they actually put a lot of barriers to stop getting ashore. If, as a master myself, I've been at sea for 28 years, one of the things was, this is the money end of the game now. I'm coming into port, fairly tired and stressed. The thought that sometimes you could actually spend a little bit longer in port and you could get a little bit of extra sleep was a great emotional thing. But so the fact that you're doing this just in time, so you're going to get out on time with no time in port, can actually demoralizing effect on the crew and the master and the chief as well. So my question, I suppose it's rather a bit long-winded and I'm sorry about it, but welfare for the crew in all this just-in-time management.
This is exactly one of the issues of port call optimization. It is optimizing the time in port, not trying to kill it or to minimize it. But for sure, when we do not have a proper understanding from the terminal when the cargo service is completed, then everybody returns back to the vessel much earlier than needed. And when we define the completion time of the cargo being then the first line can be released, then everybody has a correct understanding when the manning stations on the fore and aft mooring decks need to be manned and not any minute earlier.
Thank you. Good question. Also been raised in Port of Gothenburg when we implemented the system. But we invited the shipping lines and they saw the benefits of adjust in time, allowing them to adjust the speed rather than just slow speed. So depending on weather and other circumstances, they could decrease and increase. So getting the shipping lines aboard in the worked in Gothenburg. Then now I would like to introduce the gifts and present the gifts to the presentators at the table there. And a reminder, 5 o'clock in 5 minutes, the transport coaches are leaving outside here back to the hotel. So thank you very much.